Well, good rising, everybody. It is November 27th, another fine moon day on this great plain upon which we roam. And the moon is a full moon. It is 99.9% full in my area right now. Anyway, I hope you all are having a wonderful day so far. What was I gonna say about the moon? I was gonna say something. Oh, it is Moonday. Full moon. Oh yes, I know, the full moon. It got cold here. There's a big temperature drop right when the full moon comes around. Is anybody else experiencing that? You know, I haven't taken any documentation down, although I'm sure because the moon phases are all documented and the temperatures at those time are always kept on record, right? They keep in records. I'm sure if you go back, you can see that during the full moon, quite often, there is a temperature drop. Sometimes more than others. Just saying. Beaver full moon. Hello, good rising, Artemis Nun. Welcome back, Scott Hunter, PsyOp within a PsyOp over there on Rockfin. Hello, you fine people. And Matrix 6 on Rumble. And shout out to anybody watching on Trovo or Facebook. I don't see those chats. I don't see those chats. But if you look in the description of this video, you'll find a link to a group called Flat Earth Rebellion. It is my Telegram chat group that I made for open discussion. I share my links here. Oh, speaking of which, I need to share my I need to share the link to this stream in here. But you can join this group and you can chat in here if you are watching on a platform where I am not seeing your chat, or if you are watching on a platform where I am seeing your chat and you would rather type in here. You can share links to videos, pictures, stuff you really can't share, maybe most people, in the oops, that's cool, in the YouTube chat or any other really live chat. But I have this open all the time. This is my group. So, if you want to join this, it's called the Flat Earth Rebellion online. You could probably even search Telegram group because I made it a public group. Search Flat Earth Rebellion on Telegram. Look at the link in the description and join it. And then you can send messages all the time. Let's see. Who's here? Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures. Hello? Boston Ray Slice of the Mud? What kind of channel name's that? You're funny. My nickname was Soonish in high school. Danny Smith, best medicine of all is truth. I'm here for my weekly dose. Keep doing what you're doing, Karen. Oh, thank you, Danny. Chris Shishpak, before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness. Crosshatch. I just found footage of Dolly wearing braces. Oh, really? Hey, y'all. I uploaded it here. I'll strike anyone who copies it and uses it. Took me years to find it. Peace. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess you're just... Okay, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Strike D's. Sue Finelli, good to see you. Alpine Endeavor. Hello. What is going on here? Oof. Aisling717. Hi, Cammy. Cammy, I want to hang out with you. Can we hang out soon? I have Dolly wearing braces. You can play it if you'd like. Why? So you can strike me? You just said you'd strike anybody who uses it. Hi, MFT. Good to see you. I don't want to strike. I don't care about Dolly that much. Oh, okay. Hey, Nathan. Moon is alien spaceship. It's RDRW transceiver and programs your brain when asleep from Saturn Lord of the Rings Moon Matrix. Oh, okay. Record yourself loading the VHS tape and hitting play and show the braces. Even that could be CGI though. AI is insane. Hi Tom Buddhist, good to see you. Anyways, what are y'all doing today? I need another sip of coffee. Hold on one sec. Do you have your coffee? Hey, Rethink. How many accounts are you gonna go through, my dude? So check this out. I remember like a few years ago when I saw this movie that came out. I don't know how many of you have seen this movie. Ready Player One. Okay, this movie. Can I bring this up? New tip from someone. Thank you, whoever anonymously tipped me on Ko-Fi. I appreciate you. Ready Player One. Why is this so low res? This thing. Whenever I saw this movie, I was like, you know what? That's 100% what they're trying to go for. Like as far as like all of the dystopian type movies that I've seen, like there's Hunger Games, right? Which is also totally plausible, but I think Hunger Games probably would happen after the Ready Player One thing happens. You know what I'm saying? Hello from the Netherlands. Moon phase made me sick. How do you think that the moon phase is making you sick? I find that highly improbable and probably extremely difficult to actually prove a correlation with. But anyway, directed by Steven Spielberg, who was outed to be a creepy pedophile, right? By Cappy, who said he was, right? Tend to believe that guy because he was pushed off a bridge. In this movie, it's basically this dystopian sort of future where everybody lives in what's called stacks. I wonder if I can find like a picture, a little series of, what about IMDb? They might have some screenshots from the actual movie. Let's see. Photos, here we go. So you wear these suits like what this chick is wearing, and then you log in online and where you have an avatar, which is what this is, right? And this is the creepy dude who makes the whole like matrix little thing that everybody logs into and fights, you know, for taking control of. You know, there's people hacking it, you know, running you know, all that type of thing going on. And anyway, the people like inside of the game where everybody logs in, and it's like their virtual reality where most people were spending their time, like everybody lives in these boxes, and inside the box or they're like stacked mobile homes, right? So like inside these stacked mobile homes is like the meager living, like tiny house living, right? Like super meager tiny house type of thing going on. Let me see if I can find a picture where they're inside one of the stacks. There's a gallery. Oh, there we go. That's what's up. Okay, so here we go. Here's the stacks, right? So it's like these stacked up boxes that everybody lives in, and then inside of these little boxes, it's like like I said, like a little tiny house, and then in one part of it will be like your login, your station where you get in your suit. So you wear this, if you can afford it. Usually it's just gloves and a helmet, right? And your character can be killed and stuff, and you lose all your credits, and it's it's like everything now exists in this video game type world, right, where everybody logs in to live life and win and try to win coins to be rich or whatever. And so anyway, that's what's going on in this. And when I saw this, I was like, dude, that's totally what they're going for with their brain, except it'll be much more extensive because they don't want you wearing a helmet. Like in this, you have to wear a suit to feel anything that's going on, like feel feelings or feel someone touching you, or feel it when somebody hits you or bumps you or whatever, right? So it's like making the virtual world real. But what they really want is to have a chip implanted in your head so that that's how it is, right? You don't have to have a suit or gloves. It's like you're in it. It's like happening real time in your head. Anyway, so what made me think about this again is I was on Twitter, and look at this. Sanctuary City, Chicago considers 80 square foot micro homes for migrants as mass immigration strains housing. Oh, so is this like the beginning of how they get people to live in these quote unquote stacks? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like they're just like moving in, and it's just weird what's happening. Are they trying to move in like a whole new population of people who are okay with this? And then, through what they've been doing and attrition, replacing the one population, or trying to replace most of the population with this population, who will then become more accepting of all of these weird things that they want to do to people. I mean, it's such a creepy thing. This is like the whole tiny house thing came out a while ago, and like it looked really cool, and it seemed like a good way for people to, and it still is, a good way for people to become homeowners or live independently if you don't have a lot of money and you can't afford a big house. I mean, obviously not everybody can do that. But it's like a starter home. But this is like extreme. This makes me have an extreme aversion to any sort of, tiny housing. All right? Like they want to put you in a box, and they want to stack you up, and they want to plug you in, and it's pretty upsetting if you think about it. But the good news is that you just don't comply. They can't force you into it. So we have to make sure that we do not comply with any of the stupid bullshit that they're trying to impose upon us in the meantime, so that we don't end up like that. Hey, good times for all. Hey, Tony Coriolis over there. Squats after Turkey Day. If the moon is in your 6th house, with bad aspects definitely affects your health. Well, that's one thing, but I don't think just in general a moon phase is going to make you sick. That inventor of the game guy in Ready Player One, who are they grooming to be that guy? Exactly. Elon. That's what I'm saying. Gaza prototype 15-minute sanctuary city. Full moon stirs up parasites, says Southern Belle. This may be. I know it makes the temperature drop. How wonderful we would never have to worry or think about anything ever again. Yeah. Anyway. So, what's the temperature like in y'all's area? You have a Twitch clip rating. Carrie me. Oh, it was Carrie. Carrie, thank you for the tip on Ko-Fi. I see you now. I don't know why it says someone on the thing. You are the best. Yeah. Oh, look! Hey, Flat Earth is trending. Ooh, what? Flat Earth Dave. All wars are banker wars started with a false flag. This is a fact. By the way, I don't know anybody who was watching my attempted member stream the last time I did one. I've been doing it every other Friday. I think every other Friday is pretty regular. Maybe on the other Fridays if I can pull it off. But I've been busy here lately. It is the holidays, and Ted does have this project with the chicken coop thing going on. We're building an upgraded chicken coop for the chickens, so I've been helping Ted with that. $32 degrees, yeah. Snow is actually staying around now. It's 28 degrees. That's what I'm saying. And it came with a full moon, did it not? $58 in Palm Springs? Geez, Carrie. How do you deal with that? Horseshoe crabs follow the moon, and the juiced probably will too. By the way, it is a call-in show. I need to open my phone lines. My phone. The number to call in is the same number that you would use to call Strange World. It's 888-222-2480.
Welcome to the conference center. You are a host.
Why, thank you. So anyway, that's what's up with that. If anybody wants to call in, anything you want to discuss. It's fucking cold, says No Despair Bear. Yeah, man. Because let's see. Weather. How about weather.com? Let's see if anything will. Top story, Northeast beware. Snow sweeping in, could last through midweek. Many of us could see below average
temperatures. Well, the cold is taking over much of the country this week. We'll see temperatures below average all the way down to the south, off to the southeast. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a chill courtesy of cold air coming in from the north. And it's not just daytime highs that are going to be colder than average, also those morning lows. So if you've been holding off on turning on the heat, well, this week could very well be your breaking point. There's a look at morning lows and how they stack up through midweek. And Atlanta, 29 degrees. That's what you're going to be waking up to on Wednesday.
Well, and the moon, the altitude of the moon is on the low end right now, too, according to them. Where is the moon? I wonder if Dave's app will show me where the moon is on the tropics. The Mechanical Realm film premieres free Sunday, November. Oh, did you guys watch The Mechanical Realm? The Mechanical Realm for free yesterday? That was the one that the Vika, I can never remember his name. That guy made about the Antikythera mechanism. Okay, and the moon appears to be, well, I don't know if this is accurate though. Is the moon north of the equator? Where's the moon right now? Current moon position. Let's see. Full moon. Angle 0.52. Moon distance. This says 383,509. But you know what? In my moon app it says distance. Oh, that's kilometers. How do I change it to miles? Because I don't speak kilometer. Or who wants to convert kilometers to miles for me? So, well, from my position, moon azimuth is 325 degrees, altitude is 21 degrees below the horizon. Moon in Gemini. The moon does not migrate between the tropics on the app yet. Oh, okay. That would be awesome if it did. Be prepared for cold weather. Don't forget that there was a surprise freeze across many states a couple of years ago. Dude, last year there was. Last year it blew up two of my hose bibs, and Zach, bless his heart, came to my house and helped me change them out, and we're good now. But yeah, man, and I've never had that happen. I didn't even know it could get cold enough to burst pipes around here, but it sure did. Hello, Rico. Seems north right now. Actually, I know how to tell. Let's see. Where? I know how to tell. Let me do this. So if I... What's that? Culmination. The moon was... 73... Oh, yeah! At culmination from my area, it was 73 degrees above the horizon, that's about as high as it ever gets. So yes, the moon is very, very north of the equator right now. Yes. Yeah, oh. Last night it was 78 degrees, 78.25 altitude above the horizon. Well, think about it this way. That's super high. That's super high for where I'm at. That's like, holy shit, that's like as high as the moon would ever be, I think. The moon is like fully north right now. Because I remember during the eclipse... Well, that was a new moon phase, right? Because a solar eclipse can only happen during a new moon phase. But the solar eclipse happened and the sun was, that happens usually during that midpoint or close to the midpoint. And it was only like 65 degrees above the horizon. So this is considerably north of the equator. Hi, Wide Awake. Good to see you. Doesn't moon traverse Capricorn Cancer once per month? Yes. But right now it's like super, super north. Like it's on... Well, and it's off by 5 degrees from, it's off by 5 degrees from the ecliptic of the sun. So it actually goes a little bit further north than the sun would. You know what I'm saying? A little bit further north. Which makes me, and because it's got cooling effect, that makes me wonder, that's gotta have something to do with the, it just, in my mind, it makes me really, really appreciate, like, how finely tuned and how intricate the sky clock is. You know, if you think about the dance between the sun and the moon and the wave, the sine wave that it makes, and the change, you know, like it all, and it causes the change in the seasons. Like it's bringing in this super cold front, you know, it's bringing in the full on of winter. It's just, I find it to be really cool to like be able to have the sight to appreciate what's happening over our heads locally, small and local, like not by chance. It's all made this way, clearly, right? Because this doesn't happen by chance. It's too perfect. And at the same time, it's imperfect because it doesn't match, you know, it doesn't, and maybe we're just not using the right measure, right? But it doesn't match, if we don't ever get perfect numbers when we're measuring these things, right? It's always an average, but it all still works out as a cycle. And it's, you know, it's really beautiful. When the moon is in Pisces and Libra, it's near on the equator. Karen Weiss is on the phone. Oh. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Karen.
What's up?
So the moon goes farther north than Cancer. Does it go farther south than Capricorn?
I would think so.
Yeah, I would think so too. And I think other people have mentioned that. I just need to find the right API that gives me all of those positions, and I could put it on the app. Because it would be nice if the moon did migrate. And as you said, the coldness in the south and the north could be because the moon gets farther than the sun and keeps that cold balance.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting.
I really think it does, because ever since we did the measuring the cold, you know, the cold in the moonlight versus the moon shade, I just started noticing that when the full moon comes, there's a slight temperature dip. I don't know if you've ever paid attention to that. Maybe I should start actually documenting.
No,
it.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely. There's when a storm is predicted and there's a full moon at the same time, it's usually a bigger storm.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Next topic.
Okay.
The big debate with the guy that pointed out that you're a witch before anyone else noticed.
Okay. Yes. Dean Odell and what's the other guy's name?
So listen, Greg Locke.
Greg Locke. Okay.
So what is this guy thinking, Greg Locke? I mean, he has doubled down. Some people are thinking that he's just a master marketer and he's trying to wake the world up to flat Earth and he's going to expose it to everybody, but there's no chance. From what he's been saying, like the guy has no plans on being humbled.
But I've had that thought about
how
other
far
people.
Are you? How far away are you from Nashville? There's people coming from all over the country. There's people driving from Miami. There's people.
I think I'm like 8
flying
hours.
In that long.
I think 8 hours.
8 hours. That's a bit of a hike. But we're having some guy is setting up. I forget his name, top of my head. A media podcaster meet and greet on Friday night. That's going to be packed. And then Saturday we're having a meetup.
Oh.
So we're trying to estimate how many people it's going to be. Maybe it could be as many as 200.
Actually,
then,
it's less than
and then
6 hours. It's actually only like a 6-hour drive from Nashville. I forgot that they were that close.
That's a road trip.
Yeah, but why
something to consider.
Are you suggesting that I actually go to this thing?
Well, we're trying to get as many flat earthers there as possible. You know, I have thousands of biblical flyers, the top 10 biblical proofs and cards, and I'm going to, everyone's going to have them, and we're going to try to hand them out to everybody that's entering the parking lot from as many different locations as possible. So if they're like, no handing out flyers, there's no way they can stop us all.
What day is it again?
And it's Friday night is the meet and greet for the podcaster thing. Saturday afternoon, December 2nd, is the meetup from 12 to like 4:30, and then the debate, the church thing is at 6 p.m.
6 p.m. on what, Saturday?
6 p.m. on Saturday. You know who's coming? Jeff Doherty is coming.
Oh, great.
I'm happy that he's coming as long as he can behave himself, right?
I don't know if he
everybody
can.
has the right to. I don't know if he can either, but everyone has the right to present their own opinion, and you can take it or leave it. And if your belief goes against what someone else's belief is, their testimony or whatever should make yours stronger. If it makes yours weaker, then you need to take a look at what you're looking at. So I think he'll behave himself. It'd be very interesting. But there's a lot of people coming. I mean, there's people, like a lot of people are coming. Trey Smith, you know who Trey Smith is?
Trey Smith. No, but that
He's a
name
big
sounds familiar.
podcaster. Yeah, you know his name, and when you hear him talk, you're like, oh, I know that guy. Yeah, he's coming, and it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm on an in-studio podcast. That's how I ended up in Nashville. This podcast was flying me in, and I was like, wait, you're in Tennessee? Can we make it December 1st? And they're like, yeah, no problem. So December 1st it is.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, kind of crazy. That was kind of synchronistic. I was kind of deciding whether I wanted to go or not, and then I get an email while I'm thinking about it, going, hey, Dave, we want to fly you into our studio. I'm like, where? It's like, Nashville. I'm like, how far are you from Big Lock's Church? He's like, 20 minutes. I'm like, okay, I'm in.
Way to work it.
It's the way the universe works. The universe works everything out all the time.
Yeah. I don't know if
The
I'm going to be
one
able
birth.
to go. I already told
All right,
Sarah.
that's 6 hours. That's fine.
I already told Sarah that I'd go bowling with her.
Well, bowling's very important.
I already told Spicy Sarah that we'd go bowling.
Does anyone account for Coriolis in bowling? Just asking for a friend.
No. No, we do not.
Why not?
Well,
Why not?
because it's a fictitious force. Why would I account for a fictitious force?
Well, what if you believe it's a real force?
Then that's probably why you suck at bowling.
All right, well, that could be true. All right, well, anybody that is in the area, but also it'll be live streamed. It's on all my videos in the pinned comment, and also there'll be a pop-up on the app, just like you saw the pop-up for the Mechanical Realm. There'll be one for the live stream as soon as we have the actual feed.
Right
So
on.
everyone can watch it. There's watch parties going on everywhere. Churches, like in Georgia, are having watch parties for their parishioners.
That's awesome. You know what? I mean, I haven't said anything bad about this. I think it's a good thing that there's so much attention on it. Like, I got no love for Dean Odell, but if he can wake some people up and do something good instead of being a shit-talking jerk, I'm all for it. Good.
Yeah, I'm done with that. Listen, I don't agree with everything everybody says either. I don't agree with everything Dean says or you say, but that's
I
fine.
know. I don't agree with everybody either, obviously.
You don't agree with anybody.
I know.
Except Ted. You and Ted. So I think it's going to be a huge event. Matt Long and I were just talking about it, and we're just like trying to figure out like what is going to happen. Like, how is this guy going to double down? Is he going to? It's going to be
He's
crazy.
going to look dumb.
And Austin's coming.
Oh, good.
Yeah. In case the guy starts pulling. In case he starts pulling like, well, Aristotle said, and this Senyak experiment, whatever. Austin can just shut him right down.
There you go.
He can just shut him right down.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so Dean's got the biblical stuff covered. Between Dean and Matt Long, they got that covered. Austin is the backup for anything outside of that comes up. The guy says he's going to keep it totally biblical, but I don't believe it.
Well, they're going to exhaust that pretty quickly, and then it'll turn into something else, probably.
Yeah.
That's what I think will happen.
It's going to be... it's going to be insane. So anyone that's in the area, check my channel, DITRH, for the links. The last couple videos are on it, and all the links are there. And I'm kind of excited.
Hey, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. I've heard that guy is the Greg Locke guy is like a big, arrogant loudmouth. So it's like it.
Oh, have you watched his Meltdown? Have you watched Meltdown 1, 2, and 3 on Flat Earth?
No. Is it something I can play now on YouTube, or will I get a strike? Will he strike me?
They're on my channel. They're on my YouTube channel. They're a little long, but I have 3 videos just of him screaming about Flat Earth is stupid.
Wow. Well.
Yeah.
This will be interesting. Because we all know he's going to lose. So, all right. Yeah. So, anybody that's in driving distance, wants to fly in, wants to walk over, drive over, whatever, come. The meetups are going to be great, and there's no admission for the church. Anybody can come in. I think the church holds 3,000 people. We're hoping it's standing room only. And it doesn't matter whether he wakes up or not, his entire congregation is going to leave him if he doesn't. Yeah.
He in one of his rants, he was going, after December 2nd, we're not even going to mention Flat Earth in here anymore. It's over. And like 7 people clapped. There was like 2,000 or 3,000 people in the church, and like 7 people applauded. He's toast. He's totally toast.
Yeah, it'll be great. That'll be great.
Right. So anybody near there, come. And I'm bringing a bunch of Zulu One keychains, which are awesome Christmas gifts.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Those are cool. Those look cool.
Yeah, it's in the shopping section on the app now. The pop-up's gone, but if you go to the shopping section, and then I think it's in the second row, his keychains, and he's selling them too friggin' cheap. They're awesome. They're glass. They're amazing. So everybody looking for some stocking stuffers, buy a bunch.
Yeah. Does he have it on a website
No, he doesn't have a fucking website. He just has. You have to click the link. It goes to a video, and the video tells you how to order it, and shows you what they are. But they're very cool. They're about the size, a little smaller than a silver dollar. Glass dome, not plastic. The back has the flower of life on it. It's weighty, but it's just right, the right amount. And they're fantastic. He should sell tens of thousands of these things. I'm going to bring. He says he's making me about 50 of them. I'm going to bring them to the meetup. They're going to sell out in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Yeah.
All right.
So anybody can find it. Help Zulu. And he's making very little money on them anyway. He just wants everyone to have them. So check it out on the app, shopping cart page, and then the keychains in one first or second row.
Oh, on the back you put a toroid.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
That's cool.
Yeah. So everybody order them. They're awesome. I have the light blue one. That one there, the one that's pictured. He's got 3 different color schemes: a tan one and a dark blue one.
So one looks like it's like a vintage look. Looks like vintage looking, I guess. That tan one.
Yeah.
And then one is the regular AE,
and
then one is blue and black, like more modern looking. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're really nice conversation starters, and I just like the energy of having that in my pocket. And it's great. It's not cheap. It's not a piece of plastic. It's an awesome keychain.
Sweet.
Yeah. And by the way, they're going to be $20. They're the ones I bring are $20. I'm not charging $15. They're $20 if you wanted them.
Right.
Or you can order it from him and hope you get it in time for Christmas. That's
too funny. All right.
And all the money, by the way, all the money on the ones I sell go to Zulu. I'm not keeping any of it. It's just I love them and I want people to have them.
Yeah. Right on. That's cool.
All right. Peace out.
All right. Later.
See you. Bye.
There you go. Zulu One is selling cool keychains. I'm gonna mute it and I'll let it play, because I don't want to play loud music in my ear holes. But there you go. Hi, Voy! What up? Anyone in Palm Springs for watching the debate? There you go. Carrie looking for a watch party in Palm Springs for the debate on Saturday. So if anybody's there, check her out. David Dodd, thank you for the tip on Rockfin. Appreciate you. I account for it in bowling. If anyone is interested, I made a 1-ounce silver rounds with the Kobayashi map on the back. They're called Genesis. Kobayashi map. What's the Kobayashi map? Now I gotta search it up as I want to know. Oh, this thing? Was this world map made 10 centuries ago? Stranger almost than the manuscript found in a copper cylinder is the copy of a map which came across seas to Honolulu from a Buddhist temple in the mountains of central Japan. It is a map of the world made 1,000 years ago. Dr. Kobayashi, the well-known Japanese physician and surgeon of Honolulu, has received a copy of the map, which he believes to have been made by Chinese priests 10 centuries ago. Believes. The map is drawn on the principle of the Mercator projection, showing the North Pole as the center of a circle in which are the continents of North and South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Australia. The map was found by my brother in a Japanese temple in the mountains of Japan, said Dr. Kobayashi. It has been hidden from the Japanese government in modern times just as it was in ancient times, for in olden days such a map would have been destroyed by the authorities. According to a letter, the original map was brought from China by a Buddhist priest and concealed in this temple. 10 years ago, my brother was a consumptive. Although I was a physician, he did not wish to be treated with medicines. He decided to go into the mountains and attempt a cure by himself. For 10 years, he has remained there and used his willpower to effect a cure. Today, he is a well man. During his stay there, he found this map. He evolved from it a theory of the flatness of the earth, despite all modern facts showing it to be a sphere. This theory has been his one aim in life. He is an artist, and in order to demonstrate his theory, he made beautiful drawings, picturesque and attractive to the eye, in which mechanical, astronomical, and engineering methods are shown. My brother goes back to the days of Columbus and Amerigo Vespucci, who, he says, sailed for a new century, believing that by sailing directly in one general direction, they would immediately come to the place. We moderns know that a vessel sailing from a port and going continually in general easterly manner will arrive at the same place. The vessel, of course, goes around the globe. My brother's theory is that one sails about a vast plain as one would sail around the edges of a bowl. The illustrations accompanying the map are beautiful examples of Japanese art. No more attractive book of geography has ever been compiled. It is a mass of cherry blossoms, Fujiyamas, beautiful blue seas dotted with the sails of junks and sampans. There are landscapes and seascapes and bizarre pictures of Japanese women designed along old-time styles, but in every sheet of such pictures the engineering lines are brought out in a way that does not mar the picture. With the text matter explaining each page, the geography should be easily understood. Dr. Kobayashi now has all the original sheets, scores of them, and these he will return to Japan to his brother, who intends to have them put in the hands of publishers. It will be one of the most novel publications of the period. Did we ever get this publication? The original map, of which a copy drawn by Dr. Kobayashi's brother and of which the accompanying cut is a tracing, is worm-eaten and barely holds together. The above map, with all continents and even the Hawaiian Islands shown, was evidently not made by the priest who traced the original lines. Well... Oh, caller. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hi, Karen. This is Christos. How are you?
Good. How are you?
It's a tough act to follow when David Weiss is on right before you, but I'll try.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
It's funny because somebody's streaming it live in Facebook, and I'm thinking, oh, wait, this is not live with Karen B herself, so let me just call in and ask the questions I had. And you were talking, I guess, bringing it back to what you were talking about before with, like, the moon and all that stuff. And as Crow 777 would say, I like it, the sky clock.
Mm-hmm.
We always call it, we call it the luminaries in the sky, but I think it's the sky clock. But I was just curious, we don't talk about Ophiuchus as one of the constellations. We know it's the 13th one. I'm just curious, where is it these days? And as far as the moon, we know that the moon travels in that analemma shape. And I was just curious because you were talking about the position of the moon. I was just curious where that would correlate to the analemma position.
You want to see what the moon's analemma looks like?
Well, no. I know what the analemma looks like. You were talking about the position of the moon. I was just curious because obviously that pattern follows as we go through as you were talking about the sine wave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Santos Bonacci. And then really in the end, it's all toroidal, but we haven't pierced the veil, so we can't see what's beyond our third dimension, obviously. And thank you, Bro Sanchez, for that. But yeah, I'm just curious because again, we always talk about the 12 and we correlate it like to the Bible, the 12 disciples, and all that stuff, but it's really 13, right? If we follow it, the true calendar is the lunar calendar, right? And the lunar calendar was 13 months. It was the 28 days of 13 months. And we have 13 constellations. We don't talk about Ophiuchus, but it's actually one of the more powerful constellations out there. And I only came about that, and this is going back, what was that, Zeitgeist. The Zeitgeist films and then they did the addendum, and I'm like, Ophiuchus, I never heard of that. What is that? I know I dropped a lot of stuff on you, but...
No, actually, what's funny is I've been looking at Ophiuchus, and I was actually just looking at something recently about the 13 months, and I was watching this video about it. I guess I could play it. Let me see how long it is. But the thing about... Huh?
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, I was going to say, as far as the bowling, I would go with the bowling you promised your daughter, and I don't know if Jeff Doherty is going to be on his best behavior because he's a hit or miss, and I follow him too, but sometimes he just goes off the rails like, come on, bro, get back on pitch.
Yeah.
But anyway, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, the thing about that star constellation Ophiuchus is it's not really on the ecliptic. The thing about the 12 zodiac signs is they are all within the ecliptic of the sun, and then the sun moves through those. Now, Ophiuchus is in between two signs, but only part of that constellation goes in there. So when you're saying something's in Ophiuchus, it's a very narrow point of time, and that constellation is not technically fully part of the ecliptic. So they like to throw it in there. Sometimes you have the moon in Ophiuchus because it does go outside of the ecliptic just a little bit, but it's not really one of the constellations, from what I understand. So it's kind of like they're trying to throw it in there. So you can divide the year into 13 moon cycles, but then then the sun part of it gets thrown off with the zodiac.
I got it. I guess regarding that, you know what it kind of reminds me, like, we don't know about Ophiuchus. This could be this humongous constellation. We just get a little peek of it, during a small span. It reminds me of, and a lot of the I don't want to call them globetrotters because I was once one myself, but when, as far as, don't have a grandpa moment, Christos, don't have a grandpa moment. I was going somewhere with this. I should have said globetrottar. Now I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
It's okay.
See, that's what happens. It'll come back. It might come back before you hang up on me. But yeah, no, I mean, that's where I was going. So the ancient Vedics had, and they talk about the oh, well, what about the eclipses? And, and we know, well, we're not filming the moon as it goes in front of the sun. It just happens to pop there. But it goes back to the Vedics where they were talking about Rahu and Ketu, right? These are like things that we don't know about, but they're like they're kind of beyond that veil. And we can only get like a small glimpse, like it would be Ophiuchus and that little piece that we see, or Rahu and Ketu, how they just come into block the sun portal and the moon portal. It's kind of like, I think Bro Sanchez said it perfect. It's like looking up at a manhole and you just see the cover slowly go over it. And it's like, that's not the moon. That's not the sun. What is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Same thing with Ophiuchus, right? What is Ophiuchus? Why are we always seeing a little piece of him and it's not on the ecliptic like you said?
I don't know. I'm not sure what the whole story behind it is, but
I have to do more research myself. I'm just curious because we don't talk about it. And it's like, well, let's talk about it.
Okay.
Let's peel the onion. But yeah, it's just food for Monday morning. And again, hopefully that was a good follow up to David. I know David can go on too. I watch him and Jeranism. And when they had what's his name? What's his name? Alex Stein. That was the baby truthers.
Yeah.
But in any case, I'm glad you took my call and have a blessed rest of your day.
All right. Awesome. Thank you for calling. You too.
Take care.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ophiuchus. I downloaded a whole bunch of detailed star maps. Let me see if I can find one that has Ophiuchus on it so that I can illustrate what it is. Like the placement. Maybe I could just find it online. Because none of these seem to be including. I thought I had found one that had Ophiuchus in it. Well, let's see. I don't even know how to spell it. Here we go. So, Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus. That's how you say. There you go. Facts about the snake bearer. Ophiuchus is a constellation of the zodiac that contains the brightest star, Rossel Hog, and the second nearest star to Earth, Bernard Star. It has a mythical connection. Let's see. This is from Britannica. It has a mythical connection. Where did it go? Where was I reading? Oh, here we go. Rossel Hog for the Arabic for the head of the serpent collector. Oh. About 17 hours right ascension on the celestial equator in declination. Its brightest star is Rossel Hog, magnitude of 2.1, Bernard Star. One of the few supernovas known to have occurred in the Milky Way galaxy appeared in Ophiuchus in 1604. In Greek mythology, this constellation represented Asclepius, the Greek god of medicine. He is depicted as holding a serpent, constellation of serpents, a symbol of renewal. Let's see if this will... show it. Orion. Here, okay. So here's Ophiuchus, or whatever. Right? Down here. And it's partly on the ecliptic. So here's Pisces, Aquarius. So here's the ecliptic. Wow, this one's cool because it's showing how it's off a little bit. It does overlap a little bit.
identifiable objects or creatures in the night sky. The International Astronomical Union formally recognizes 88 constellations, many of which have names referring to meteorological phenomena or stemming from mythological beliefs. In the past, it was believed these names
Why
and
only
myths
88?
originated in ancient Greece. However, examinations of Mesopotamian writings reveal that the majority of the Greek myths mirrored others from past civilizations such as the Babylonians and Assyrians. Ptolemy, an Alexandrian astronomer, was responsible for recording the names and shapes of 48 constellations in the 7th and 8th books of his manual, Almagest, in the 2nd century. The other 40 constellations were added by the European astronomers in the 17th and 18th centuries. Constellations are not to be confused with asterisms, which are well-known yet informal patterns of stars. Asterisms can be a specific part of a larger constellation or span across several different ones. For example, the Big Dipper is a part of the constellation Ursa Major, while the Summer Triangle is formed by the 3 stars across the constellations Aquila, Cygnus, and Lyra. Because constellations have fixed patterns, they have been used as reference tools throughout history. For
Fixed
centuries,
patterns.
sailors used constellations to determine their direction and to navigate while at sea. Astronomers use constellations as references to locate other stars in the night sky. Even today, astronauts learn how to navigate by the stars in space in case their ship's navigation system fails.
And that never changes, so, you know. But yeah, Ophiuchus is outside of the ecliptic a little bit, and the sun doesn't officially go through it as far as I know. Facts about the snake bearer. Let's see what space.com says about it. Little known but important constellation which graces our evening skies in the summer. Ophiuchus is a fairly large and rambling constellation, but it is one of the least well known. Although Ophiuchus does touch the ecliptic, the path that the sun appears to take through the sky, astrologies for centuries ignored it as part of the zodiac. The constellation finally got some respect in 2011 when they added Ophiuchus as an astrological sign and realigned the zodiac calendar. Yeah, but I don't know. Ophiuchus spans 948 square degrees in area. It can be found northwest of the center of the Milky Way. Is situated near the constellations Aquila, Serpens, and Hercules, and opposite Orion. The northern part lies between Scorpius to the west and Sagittarius to the east. Oh, okay, so Ophiuchus is... That's around in the summer while Orion shows up in the winter. Interesting. So yeah, I just started seeing Orion again over here. So that makes sense. I'm not familiar with identifying Ophiuchus in the night sky though. I should start trying to see that, but I'll have to wait for summertime, I guess. 'Cause it ain't here no mo'. There's Bernard Star, so this is it, right? Ophiuchus, the snake bearer. So, Serpens caput. So there's the Serpens caput. Serpens, another Serpens. Serpens cauda. So caput, that'd be head. So I'm assuming this means tail. And Ophiuchus is the guy holding the serpent. It's between Sagittarius and Libra. So here's Sagittarius and Libra. But you see how, like, Libra is completely in here. I wonder if Stellarium will show it. This might be a good way to look at it. Let's do this. Stellarium web. Yes, opening Stellarium web. So let's show constellations. And let's go to summertime. When Ophiuchus would be here, we'll put it at the nighttime. So it's between Serpens, oh, right here. So here's the Serpens. So here we go. Here's Ophiuchus. So here's the Serpens, here's the moon, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Libra. Constellations art. Show the art. Yes. Yes. So this makes it easier to visualize. Okay, so here's Aquarius. Well, are you guys, is this big enough for y'all to see? Wonder if I should, let me see. Maybe I should just do the share screen only for this. Okay, yeah, that's better. So right here is Ophiuchus, here's Sagittarius, Scorpio, Libra, yeah, then Virgo, Leo, right? So it is actually, I guess that would be north of the ecliptic. So it's a little bit on the inside. Is that right? Or is that south? No, wait. Facing south. Higher up. Visible. I guess that would be north? Anyway, only the foot of it goes in there. So it's like not fully. You can see his feet are going in here. So Sagittarius and Scorpio and then Libra. But he's like right up here. And only the foot goes in here. So that's why it would only be certain times that the moon is in that, or even the sun. I'm not even sure if the sun does go in there, because the sun stays strictly between the tropics, where the moon does go outside of it a little bit. So the sun may not even go in there, which could also be part of why. Let me see if I can play that out. Can you play faster? Okay, so there we go. There's the ecliptic line. So see, here's the ecliptic. Well, so I guess the sun, yeah, would be in there briefly, but yeah, not really. So I think that's why they don't include it. Anyway, I don't know if that answers your question or if that answered anybody's question. Maybe we can have the debate going while we're bowling. Yeah, maybe. Getting lost was one of my hobbies as a teenager. It's above Scorpio. You can kind of see it at dusk this time of year. Southwest sky. Astral and... NASA says the sun does pass through it. It might just a little bit. Oh, fuck yes. Just got here and went back to listen to David. We'll be picking up some cool stuff from Zulu. Hey, Zulu, but good morning, Karen. Good rising. Hello, Lord Raisa. "13 Phases of the Moon." That's a long band name. Yeah, the moon is very far north right now. So let's see, let's go to real time. Well, I'll go back a little bit. Yeah. So here, look how the moon is north of the ecliptic. See it right there? So this red line is the ecliptic, and the moon is north of it. Why does it turn when I zoom in? There you go. That's why. Ah. So there you go. Cancer, Gemini, Taurus, Aries, Jupiter. There's Orion. There's Ophiuchus. Here's the sun. Right here. So the sun, yeah, will pass like through the bottom of it. Barely. So right there, that shows you. I love Stellarium. So it's just, I mean, briefly, not enough to like to divide, you know what I'm saying? But this is like the whole thing with the sky clock in nature. Like it doesn't give us round numbers. We can never, when you look at anything in nature, you're never going to get a round number. It's an approximation always, but it repeats and it has a regular cycle and it works beautifully, and it's so amazing and elegant and wonderful. But it's interesting just to see, you know. So there you go. I wish we really saw these in the sky. That would be so cool. Anyway. My profile pic has been Ophiuchus for 2 years and no one ever notices. Oh yeah. Well, it's kind of small. Like, look at Boston Ray's. Like, I can't... His could be Ophiuchus too, for all I know. I'm old and my eyeballs don't work that great. Rabbit makes the elixir of immortality and pounds the herbs for the immortals. I think, sidereally speaking, the sun is about to enter Ophiuchus. It's only like 2 weeks. Well, I mean... Let's see. So this is now... Now. Right? 11, well, 27. Let's go. Let's cycle through it. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, here we go. Here's the sun going in December. Right there. It's on the foot of Ophiuchus. Right there. So, yeah, in the middle of December, the sun will be briefly in Ophiuchus. And then it will go to, what is this? Sagittarius? It'll be leaving Scorpio and going to, yeah, Sagittarius. So there you go. That's how long the sun stays in Ophiuchus for like a minute. I don't know. I mean, in my opinion, I think it's correct to leave it off as one of the 12 zodiac. But I think it's fair to include it in astrology, obviously, because I feel like all of these lights in the sky, whatever they are, we don't know what they are. Their energy and their angle of influence above us over the plane definitely seems to make a difference in our lives. So, you know, while it should, I don't think it should necessarily be one of the zodiac, it certainly is fair to include it in astrology. You know what I'm saying? Why won't this change now? There we go. So, yeah. Right around the solstice too. Which is interesting, right? So that's really getting close to the winter solstice, December 12th, December 15th. Let's look at this. Time and date. We'll go with Charlotte. Come on. Okay, so Charlotte, let's look at December. Here we go, December. So we're looking at shortest day, right? Where's shortest day? Oop. For us, it will be the 22nd. 21st and 22nd are actually about the same amount of daylight. So that will be winter solstice in my area. I wonder if any place is having it as early as the 14th or the 15th. But it is funny that the sun passing through the foot of Ophiuchus brings in the winter solstice. I wonder if it's like that every year. It must be. Sun is energy projected from cone projection. Hello, Tommy. Tell the truth. Yeah, Virgo, it's garbage. What? Whoops, what is garbage? 12 zodiac take up 30 degrees of the 360 degrees around us. Right. That's what I'm saying, and Ophiuchus is just dipping his foot in there. So it's like not really part of the ecliptic, in my opinion. I feel like it's right to not include it in the ecliptic, but it is interesting to see what happens when the luminaries do pass through that certain part of the sky. So, there you go. Don't follow Crumb. Hey, morning, y'all. I saw somebody sharing your Pfizer struck video, Crumb, on Twitter again, and I had to repost it. It's a classic, man. It's a classic. I wish we could play it on YouTube without getting struck. But you can't do anything. You can't say SHIT about the SHOT on YouTube. They will take your ass down. I mean, I said for whatever I said on my member stream, it told me that I had limited monetization on that stream, like immediately, because I said F the Zionist state of Israel. Yeah, that got me an immediate. That'll probably get me a demonetization thing warning for this stream. I think I get them just about every other stream anyway, and that's me trying to be careful. Hello, D Hoopai 1977 on Rumble. All I know is that my birth chart is spot on. Date, time, location. You've got your little snippet of self. Yes, absolutely, Carrie. Absolutely. I have to say the same. When I went through my chart, and some of the things I read in my chart, I have to admit, I was in a little bit of denial about. I was like, ugh. But, you know, it's good to know thyself, isn't it? Because then you can work on yourself. Or you can figure out, you know, why you react to certain situations in the way you do and blah, blah, blah. It's actually pretty scientific. Let me pick a different location. Can I change location? City or place? Let's go. So who would be having... Let's be somewhere on the equator. Quito, Ecuador. I'm curious what their quote-unquote... This is November, December. Let's see. Look at theirs. This is always the same. (12:08, 16, 17, 14, 13). Oh, look at this. They actually... Wow. Their length of day, 12:08:04. So 12 hours, 8 minutes, 4 seconds. I'm going to go back in November and see if they have it, if it's even before December. 12:08:02:01. Wow, 12:07? Crazy. When's their shortest day? Starts going up. 12:07, 12:07, 35, 37, 30. Goes up. What? I'm so confused. Wow. So on the equator, their shortest day, 12:06:35, 12:06:16. Get out of here. 12:06:20. Now it's going down. When does it start going up again? Here we go. 15, 15, 16. Wow. November. So like just a few days ago they had their actual shortest day on the equator. Oh no, that's August. My bad. So back in August they had their shortest day on the equator. That's really weird. Is that weird, you guys? 15. So right here, this span of time right here is the shortest day on the equator. August 23rd. So, huh. That's interesting. That is interesting. Because I'm pretty sure they're like right on the equator. So they had their shortest day, and it's only by a couple minutes. Basically, they always have 12 hours, right? It's almost always equal, so it only varies by a few minutes. But I do find it interesting that their shortest day is literally in late August. Right? Isn't that the end of summer for us? Interesting. Benny boy. Yeah, your warning strike to be removed. Did you take the test? Crumb, are you... well... Saturn is the only one without an eye officially. Well, Saturn looks like an eye. To me. It doesn't have an eye, but it sure looks like an eyeball, right? Like, looks like an eyeball. This is what I see when I look at Saturn through the P900. And to me, it looks like an eyeball. Literally looks like an eyeball. I don't know if that's what it looks like through a big fancy telescope, but through the P900 it looks something like this. And it looks to me like it's an eyeball looking back at you. Anyway, so that's pretty interesting about although I guess it makes sense because, well, no, it doesn't make sense. Because they would have the shortest day, I would think, when one of us would be having our longest day. So let me open another time and date. Window. So I'm going to go back to Charlotte. So our longest day is in June, right? I'm going to go to June. See, because our day gets wider here, so that's when our longest time is, our longest day. In June, daylight length, 14 hours, 1432. Okay, so here it goes 1431 hour for the day length. 1432, 3202, so that's the longest it gets here, which is June 21st, so that would be the sun being the farthest north it could be of the equator. So why isn't the shortest day in Quito the same day as the longest day? Oh, this is so weird. It doesn't make sense on a globe either, by the way. This is really confused. This is kind of weird. Can somebody explain this to me? So what's going on here? Let's look at August 22nd. August 22nd. It's 13 hours, 15 minutes. So it is not, it's like an hour shorter. The day is an hour shorter than it was in June at that point. Could it be elevation? That's so weird to me. I'm sorry, but that's weird to me. And it's making me, it's stumping me. It's making me like wonder how that's happening. If the sun does what we think it does, I mean, even on a globe, that doesn't work. That doesn't work on a globe. It just doesn't make sense. Oh my God, that's hurting my head. I saw a vid of a showing 13-month calendar, first day being Monday, last day Saturday. The guy showed it out of a 1775 Bible. Right. The first day is supposed to be Monday, and then the seventh day is supposed to be... Well, no, the first day is supposed to be Sunday, not Monday. The first day is supposed to be Sunday, and then Saturday is supposed to be the seventh day, which is the Sabbath. So if he's starting with Monday, then that would be weird. How does anyone figure the sun enters into a constellation? We can't see the stars when the sun is out. Yeah, it's just because of... We know that the stars are in a fixed position. It's because we know that the stars are in a fixed position, and they repeat. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't... I mean, it's not like it's literally in there. It's just from our perspective... The stars are the sun. When the sun crosses the sky, that particular constellation is behind the sun, because you're not seeing it at night time on your side. You know, it's because yeah, right. We can't see the sun when the stars are out, but it's just because everything is in a fixed position. I mean, it all works out. Hey, Billingtano. But I want to know how come the shortest day on the equator does not correlate with the longest day north in the northern hemisphere. Why wouldn't it? From what we know about the sun in the summer, in the height of summer, is the furthest north of the equator on the Tropic of Cancer, right? So it would be the farthest away from the equator at that point in time, which would make sense. Maybe it does work better on a flat Earth than it does on a globe. Because if it... Because the sun would be the furthest north during June. When we have the longest day. That's when we know the sun is the furthest north. So it would reason to be that would be the shortest day on the equator. Well, maybe not. It's definitely the shortest day in the... What about the shortest day in the southern hemisphere? So let's see. Our longest day is June. Let's pick a spot on the map. What's a spot? Let's do like Sydney, Australia. Okay. Someplace where we know. Let's do Sydney. So June in Sydney. No, we want sun. Sunrise and sunset in Sydney. Yes, we're in Sydney. For Sydney. Okay, let's go to June 21st. Okay, so it is the shortest day in Sydney, right? So here, look, the day is 9.53 minutes, and it gets down to 9 hours, 53 minutes, 49 seconds, and then it starts to go up again. Right? I need to figure this out, you guys. I'm sorry if this is boring you, but I really want to work through this thought. This is how, So June solstice, winter solstice in Sydney on June 22nd, okay? Charlotte, this is Quito. Quito in June. Let's go to Quito in June. June 22nd is 12 hours, 6 minutes, 33 seconds. And it still goes down from there, 12 hours, 6 minutes, 31 seconds at the 30th, right? So this is weird. They take into account refraction. Oof. Why is the earliest sunset not in the winter? Why is the earliest sunset not on the winter solstice? Time measured by the sun is not the same as time measured by our clocks. The difference between the two is called the equation of time. Time according to the sun. Every day the sun rises somewhere in the east and sets somewhere in the west. Along the way it passes over an imaginary line running from north to south. At this instant the position of the sun is at its highest point in the sky. The imaginary north-south line is called the meridian, and the moment the sun crosses it is called solar noon. The time from one solar noon to the next is called an apparent solar day. The sun is not a perfect timekeeper. This form of time measured by the sun's daily movement across the sky is called apparent solar time. It can be measured by a sundial. The motion of the sun from east to west is caused by the rotation of the earth, which is extremely irregular. The earth's spin is never more than a few milliseconds fast or slow over a period of 24 hours. Blah, blah, blah. Why the speed of the sun varies. The variation of the length of an apparent solar day is a result of two factors. It's not quite a perfect circle. This isn't a time. This isn't explaining to me why. Whoa. Yeah, it doesn't really explain why. Why is the earliest sunset not on the winter solstice? I'm sorry, but this doesn't explain why. That is why the latest sunrise and earliest sunset don't happen on December 21st, although it's eventually shortest day of the year in terms of daylight. Therefore, the latest sunrise comes after winter solstice while the earliest comes before it. This is not really explaining what I'm trying to figure out. That's something totally different. So that doesn't answer it. June. So what is the shortest day? The shortest day for Quito is actually in August, right? So August, where we get all the way down to 12 hours, 6 minutes, and 15 seconds. This is so weird to me. Why? Why does the shortest day on the equator not correlate with the sun being the furthest away from the equator? Why? 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 That's weird. Hi, John Keeley. Do the stars move at the same rate as the sun? No, they don't. This is the process of relearning, right? The sun could be a reflection of a source light, giving the equator a different perspective of the sun, just my theory. Makes me want to look at, yeah, it's so weird. Makes me want to look at, like, the coffee cup caustic thing again, and revisit how those rays work. It's just really weird to me that the shortest day on the equator has nothing to do with the sun being farthest away at that point. Because August that's just weird to me. Help it make sense. The sun is an effective energy heating gases, plasma, high voltage, potential difference to ground. Yeah, like when you use a magnifying glass to make a concentrated sunbeam, perhaps a crystalline roof is acting like a magnifying glass with the source. Daylight is regulated by distance, so if the sun is farther from the equator, the day would be shorter. So if the sun is farther away in the north and in the south, I don't know, man. The sun doesn't actually set, it vanishes through the atmosphere, right? It floats away. Also, the speed varies in both the flat and globe models. In the north, the sun moves slower, in the south, quicker. Yeah. Yeah, but it's weird to me that it just doesn't, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about this for a while. Oh, Charlotte Carpenter, thank you for the tip on Rockfin. Because the map is not correct. What map? I'm not even looking at a map. So then, where's the equator? Seems to be the location of the equator isn't what we've been told, or yeah, the map is wrong, maybe, boggles one's brain. I know the equator is... Maybe I should check another... Actually, thank you, Carrie, for reminding me of that, because the equator is not a perfect circle. It's actually an egg shape. So now I feel like you need to check another location on the equator. What's another? Singapore. Singapore's on the equator, is it not? So here, actually, I don't want to... Let me leave this one open, and I'll open a new time and date. So let's look at if the same on Singapore. Time and date. Sunrise, sunset. So we're looking for Singapore because we want equator locations. See, this has got a pretty equal looking thing. Even though it kind of wobbles just a touch. See, this shows you that the equator is not a perfect circle, because on the equator this should be a flat line, but it's not. It wobbles just a touch. Look at that. Okay, so let's see. In June. First, let's check June. June. Oh, snap. Their shortest day is in June. Look at this. So it goes plus 1 second, then it changes less than a second for quite some time. Holy shit, for like 2 weeks. That's weird, right? So for like 2 weeks, this shows you right here that it's not a perfect circle. It's an ellipse, right? So for 2 weeks, look at that. There's less than a 1 second change in Singapore in June, and that is their shortest day. 12 hours, 11 minutes, 45, oh no, here we go. 42 seconds. So the 29th of June is their shortest day. Wow. The 29th of June is the shortest day for Singapore. That's crazy. The stars move faster than the moon. The stars change by 1 degree once a day, I think. About 1 degree once a day. Their alignment. Thank you, John Keeley, for the tip. The stars boggle my mind too. Yeah. So anyway, it's interesting. Like even on the equator, it's just not the same. Very interesting. And it's not even like not just the same, it's off by like 2 months. That's 2 months difference, right? That's 2 months difference between the shortest days. So that's just weird to me. Plug it with a FEF nugget. Anyway, the moon loses 52 minutes a day, changes 12 to 14 degrees of the zodiac. Yeah, it's not exact, but it sure does keep perfect time for us. And we always know when the seasons are going to change, and we always know when it's going to get colder and when it's going to get hotter, and when to plant crops, and when to do whatever we got to do. You guys are funny. Oh, I missed 11/11. Did anybody put that in the chat when it happened? I was too deep in thought. Nope, we all missed it. Yeah. So anyway, interesting to think about. Sky clock. It definitely makes more sense on a flat Earth than it does on a globe Earth, if you ask me. But that's Ophiuchus, and that is where he falls on the ecliptic. Woo! Are we on the other end of that one? I think we are. $11:22. That's right. 11/11/11. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go get a warm up real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. What were you guys talking about while I was gone? Huh? I got it on video. Hey, Liz. Woohoo, I went to the store and back. Glad this is still on. I sit here for a while on Mondays. Ship locks go up and down with lake levels. I wish the government would start giving free seeds away again like they used to before, instead of just having to buy from one of the 4 corporations that controls them now. Whenever I get seeds, I go to rareseeds.com. It's all heirloom seeds. From Baker's Creek. No tides in the Great Lakes. Because they're freshwater, not saltwater, right? Where's my call board? Make sure there's nobody waiting on the line. Oh, there is. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen, this is Richard from Augusta. I'm a new caller. I listened to you for a while and enjoy it very much. Thank you for what you do.
Right on. Thanks for
I
calling.
had 2 things.
What's up?
Oh, thank you for letting me call. 2 things. I went to Carowinds, which is in the North Carolina-South Carolina border, and I went to the Columbia Zoo in South Carolina and had my Flat Earther hoodie on both times, and had several people stop me and say how much they enjoyed seeing my sweatshirt. And matter of fact, I got one person download the app, so that was pretty encouraging. And then on a bad note, I've had like 5 meetups, and nobody shows in my area. Such a bummer.
Where are you having meetups at?
A place called Metro Coffee House and Pub, so it's all ages friendly.
What city's that in?
In Augusta,
Okay.
Georgia.
Okay. Well, you know what you should do? You should send... Do you ever email Mark Sargent about it?
No, I've not done that because I've not had anyone show, so I thought I'm not going to waste Mark's time if nobody's interested.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you email Mark about it and you let him know what day you're going to have a meetup and where and all that, he'll make a video and put it on his channel. And also, I can put it on the Flat Earth Festival's website because I do post people's meetups. Although I've kind of slacked on it the last week or so because I've been lazy. But if you email me and tell me your meetup, we can post it on the website and we can help you promote it and get people to your meetup.
Just do what, at Proton?
Yeah. At the Proton mail, the email, yes.
Cool. All right, well, like I said, I appreciate you very much. Enjoy listening, so thanks for what you do.
All right.
And I hope you have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
All right, bye.
Bye. Yeah, so like if you email me, you can also email Mark. Mark is msargent23, I believe, at comcast.net. Let me make sure that's correct. msargent23 at comcast.net. And you give him all your meetup info, and he'll craft a little like 1 minute long video that just is like a screen show, and it'll show the information and how to get in touch with you. You know, just make sure you give a contact information so people who want to, you know, contact RSVP and get more information or whatever, you can do that. You know, it's best to have a contact info, because sometimes people will be like, well, I didn't, you know, hear back. Or a lot of times if people are first timers going to meetups and stuff like that, they will want to contact you and make sure that you're not like a psychopath first. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you just have a contact, have a place, a time, and that's really all it is, all it takes. And I know there's flat earthers around. There has to be. They're just not knowing. They just don't know that you're doing meetups. I think that's the problem. They just don't know about it. Thank you, Murray Cole, for the tip on Rockfin. Appreciate you. So, Pasta Bear. Yes, I wear my Flat Earther hoodie everywhere. I know. You know what? I finally broke out my new Flat Earther hoodie. I had the one that Stefan sent me, and I wore the shit out of it. Like, the letters started to crack and stuff. So I wanted a fresh, fancy new one, and I started wearing it this weekend. I was like, ooh, it's fresh, it's fancy, and soft inside, and it's Flat Earther, all bright. Love it. I love those hoodies. I'm higher than the first firmament. It's funny. Taco Tuesday is a weekly Effie meetup in Portland. There you go. There's a lot of people doing monthly stuff, you know? There's a lot of people that do it, regular meetups, and I really believe, sir, who just called in, I forget your name already, that it's just because they just don't know, you know? So let us help you advertise. Don't give up yet, and I'm sure that you can get some people showing up. I believe in it. I believe in you. I believe in Flat Earth. Let's look right now on the app at Flat Earthers in Georgia. Hold on, I'm gonna... Where's Augusta? That's like north, right? No, it's... Oh, you know what? Augusta is right here. It's like... Holy smokes, that's like right on the border of South Carolina. And there are Flat Earthers there. There are. There's, I don't know how far Augusta is from Atlanta. Holy smokes, Atlanta is popping with Flat Earthers, dude. You guys, look at that. Look at that. This is Atlanta, right here. That's Atlanta. You can't even see the word Atlanta. There's so many Flat Earthers there. Yeah, so I can't really tell how far that is driving, but there's plenty of Flat Earthers around, especially a lot in South Carolina. And actually, you know, if you're willing to make the drive, you can come to some meetups that we do. Our local group here, which is actually near the between the North Carolina and South Carolina border, because we have a lot of Flat Earthers that live in South Carolina and North Carolina, and we all live very close to the border. We end up doing stuff in like Spartanburg, Greenville area quite a bit. Actually, we're all going to go bowling this weekend in Spartanburg. Flatlanta, right, Scooter? Exactly. What about black women? I don't understand that question. Why are you asking that? That's so funny. It's 3 hours from me. I'm in Alabama. 2 hours, 12 minutes from Atlanta. Okay, so that's kind of a drive from Atlanta. But there are some blue dots there in Augusta. So really we just, I don't know if you've tried to do broadcasting on Dave's app about the meetup. But you should definitely email me and Mark and have us, you know, do a shout out on Strange World. Strange World's tomorrow, actually. So if you have information by tomorrow and you email us, we'll do a shout out for you in the beginning of Strange World, because that's what we always do. In the beginning, we do shout outs and we talk about meetups. We shout out meetups that are happening. So that is what's up. No one ever checks messages in the app, and myself included. I know. You know what? Half the time I don't even know I have messages until I open the app and I'm like, oh, right now I don't have any. And then I went down on the referral board because I used referral points to resubscribe to the app. Yeah. The local sun, today's video on the clock app. So, yeah, that's what's up. Brian, I'm creating a farm in Georgia, felling trees, tilling acres of... Are you really? Yeah, I hardly ever use it for messaging, I'm gonna be honest. Because there's too many other places to message people. But it is good if you're doing a meetup and there's group chats, you know, to send out the mass message. But you have to do it well in advance, give people time to check their messages. Right? Truth be told, I try to avoid messages as much as possible. Hope it's all going well, bro. Yeah. Have you been doing any news stuff still, Scooter? The Mandela app. Gotta build your own app. What is the difference between the two on the same days on the equator? Oh, I closed those windows. Want me to open them again? You got a Clown World hitty? You love it? Awesome, Carrie. Let me see. What did you say, the equator? The two on the same days on the equator. Let's see. Quito, history, and then Singapore on the same day. So we'll go June 21st. Their amount of day is 12 hours, 11 minutes, 46 seconds. And for Singapore... This is Quito. And for Quito, on June, let's go to June 21st, 12 hours, 6 minutes, and 33 seconds. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5 minutes. It's like a 5-minute difference on the equator. I mean, it's not a huge difference, but it is weird. Not really a huge difference. I just think it's weird. The weird part for me is that the shortest day on the equator does not correlate with the sun being furthest away from the equator by like a couple of months in Quito. That's weird. That's weird. And here's the other thing. Actually, now that I am thinking about it, I have a map of the actual magnetic equator versus what they tell us the equator is. Check this out. The dip in the circle happens near South America. So right here is Quito. Right? So right here is Quito. Here's the actual magnetic equator. The dip happens right here. Let me see. There's got to be another one. Is this the right map I'm looking at? It might not be the right one. Let me see. Oh, here we go. This is better. Good old Photoshop. So here, the red is the magnetic equator, and then the blue is the geographic equator, which is like the perfect circle that they tell you it is. But here's what it really is, right? So it's not exactly on that 0 degree dividing line that they give us. It's really off. So actually, so Singapore's over here, right? In this area, and then Quito's over here. So the sun, oh, it's so weird. So it's off here, which kind of explains why it would be a little bit longer, right? Which one was longer? Um, 6 minutes. No. The other one's longer. So Quito is shorter and Singapore is longer by 5 minutes. And so there you go. And Quito is supposed to be on this line. So that is why, because the sun does not make a perfect circle over the plane. And the globe does not exist. That is the size of a perfect ball, and it does not spin at a perfect speed. You know, it doesn't work like that. It's actually off. So, I guess that makes sense. I still think I'm a little bit confused as to how that's working. I'm gonna have to think about that. Maybe a puzzle piece, yeah. Sweet Scooter. Documenting the process, upload to a new farm channel. Right on. That's awesome, Scooter. Yep. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, so I have a project that I want to work that I've got brewing in the background myself. I've been shopping for a high-end camera, but it's really expensive, and I don't know if I can afford it really yet, but I really want to do it. Maybe I might start a little thing to like crowdfund some of it if anybody's interested in, you know, because I have this project I want to do. I don't want to describe exactly what it is, but it would be a high-end, professional-looking and edited and made and created series about flat Earth, and I would be having to go on location to do the things that I want to do. But I think it would be really cool, and I really think that this community needs a proper documentation of what's going on here, because we're not really cohesive, and we don't really have, you know, the infrastructure to look and stay cohesive like like the powers that should not be do, right? Like we're all just sort of kind of doing our own thing. We can't even agree really on very much. We just know that we've been lied to. So I have a vision where I want to start documenting everything that's happening and on location at different places. So I don't know. I may start working on that. I've been investing my own money in equipment over the years, but it's really expensive. Like to make a really good series, like how I want to do it, like I could afford to buy the camera, but then I still need lenses. I need tripods. I need microphones. You know, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that you need. You know, a lot of storage. So once I started looking at all of the stuff that I would actually need to do it, I was like, wow, that's a huge expense. But I really want to do it. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I have to think about that. I have to think about how I'm going to move forward with that. But I really would like to do it. Love and respect to everyone in the great and unstoppable FE community. Hey, what's up, Mark? Wish I had a P900. Excellent observation points here along the lake to view Canada. I have a P900 and I don't use it. I mean, I do, but I don't. Not really. I want to do other stuff, and I can't do it with the P900. I'll tell you what, if I decide to do this thing and try to fund getting a higher end camera, I'll give Thunder Chicken my P900 if I can fund my other camera. I'll give it to Thunder Chicken. I'll give him the P900 that I don't use. I mean, I guess I could sell it to try to help fund the new camera, but it really won't even make that big of a difference. I think I'd probably sell my used P900 for like, what, $300? Maybe 400? That's gonna scratch the surface. Down to barter for anyone's badass camera they don't use, but not an easy viewing area around here, right? Like I have to go somewhere to view anything long distance. So having a long distance viewing camera for me doesn't really do me any good. Like I have to leave to use it. And I don't really feel like I need to do stuff to prove that the earth is flat anymore. I want to do other stuff. So I think maybe I've kind of outgrown that camera a little bit. How much is the camera? It's expensive. It's expensive. It's like I've been looking at them on eBay. I can find them, pre-owned on eBay, the one I want, for like $2,500, $2,600, but then that doesn't necessarily come with a lens, so I need at least one or two lenses that I would have to buy in addition to that, and then the tripods to come with it, because it's, you can't shoot with a camera like that and have it come look, you need something to hold it. And then mics, different mics. I would probably, $300 would probably a mic. I actually just spent $300 on new mics. Because I needed a mic that I could hook up to my cameras that would be remote, so I got this little mic system. I got this little dual mic system, remote mic system, that I was testing it on my camera the other day. It works beautifully though. Like you can clip it, you take the little mic and you clip it, and then like you can walk around and whatever you're recording, people will hear it perfectly clear. So I've been investing in this stuff. Like I have things I'm doing, But the problem is like to get a high-end, camera where it looks professional. It's not just a camcorder. Those are expensive. Very, very expensive. Southern Belle says Augusta is not far from me. I would love to come. There you go. Yeah, it ain't cheap. I got 6K and all that stuff. Exactly, Scooter. So like I want this camera. It's a Blackmagic. You guys just look it up. It's a Blackmagic 6K Pro. And like just the body of it, if you buy it brand new, starts at $2,500. But there's people selling them on eBay. Like every once in a while I can find them on eBay where there's like a little bit of a package. They'll have like some extras with it and it'll be, a few $100s off. Just by getting a pre-owned one. But then still, there's other stuff. Like you can't, if I wanted to go get like there's some people selling like entire packages with extra gear, like tripods and stuff and lenses, and it's like $4,000. This is expensive. It's expensive, but I just feel like I really, 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 really want to do something that's a little bit more permanent, a little bit more higher end, a little bit more shareable, more palatable. I would love to just go around and I have a vision. I have a vision. And I just need to get that equipment. And then once I have the equipment, then I have to get the time. And then I got to go places and I'm going to make these. I want to make this series that I have in my head. I want to do. It would be awesome. 1,400 pics. Carl, please do not send me 1,400 pictures. Blackmagic 6K. No, not 66K, 6K. Yeah. Exactly. I have a dream that being the perfect nachos. Yeah, it's called a Blackmagic camera. It's just a really high-end portable film camera. It does really great stuff, like watch. Listen, I know what I speak. Yeah, it's Blackmagic, I know, right? Like, it's another reason why I don't talk about it too much. I'm like, hey, I need a Blackmagic camera. Let's see. Blackmagic 6K. Videos. But if you see what it takes beautiful video. It looks really professional. You can take really cool video with it. It's got a bunch of cool features on it. Anyway, it's like the most affordable version for making high-end film that I can find, that has what I need or what I want, can do what I want it to do. Anyway. I just have to save up a little bit more, I guess. So just go somewhere, go online, and look at video taken with it. Let me see if they'll show some more. They just talk about it here. Anyway, it's professionals. It's professional level shit. Whatever. I got the Rode Pro Mic Pro Tripods Panasonic Pro Camcorder. I know, Scooter's got a sick setup. Of course it's called Blackmagic, yeah. I made nachos last night, Mark. They were pretty good. Rockhound. I'm a rockhound. Atlanta's much closer to you? Hope everyone helps. Hey, thank you, Dave Messenger. Shout out to you, sir. What I might do is like do like a thing with Ko-Fi where they have a goal. Maybe I can figure it out. I don't know. But I really want to do this. It's actually something that I had wanted to do a long time ago. I first had this idea back when Bob and Cammie moved over here. And I wanted to do it then, and then, you know, kind of Bob got sick, and then he didn't really want to be on camera or be seen and stuff, and so then, of course, eventually he passed. And so I never got to do what I wanted to do. And Bob and I had talked about that. We even talked about setting up like a little studio because we were so close where like we could have a whole, like set up a flat earth broadcast studio where we could do it proper, where somebody was running everything while the person who was actually providing the content could just focus on the content and not be doing everything all at once. Because like right now, you know, that's what everybody has to do everything themselves. Right? Everybody is like their own production company. And it's very difficult to have the time, you know, to do all of this stuff, to get the content out. So, you know, that was something that I wanted to do was, you know, not that this is what I'm trying to do now. This is totally separate. But my idea, the thing that I've been talking about, I had wanted to do initially a while ago, and I wanted to include Bob in it. And now I can't include Bob in it. And so I feel like the realization of that, like that we're losing people, like I can't include Rob Skiba in it anymore. And there's other people that, you know, that were so wonderful and part of what we've been doing here, and they're just not here anymore. So I guess I'm feeling like sort of an urgency. Maybe it's just a feeling of urgency. Like we have to get these people, we have to get them documented, get their stories out, you know? We have to get them on camera and archive it. We have to put this stuff in an archive before we lose them forever. Because there's a lot of important people here doing really important work. And so that would be my focus. The focus of what I want to do would be highlighting those people doing that work and the work that they're doing. So. I used to be a rock hound and then I got smart. Up with hope, down with dope. Hi, James. Good to see you. Can you make the dream come true, Karen? Bob would get you a camera. There used to be 15,000. Yeah, there's so many black magic cameras. They used to be $15,000 for cinema quality. That's what I'm saying. Like now, the technology has gotten a lot more affordable than when I first started looking at this stuff. And so I really want to move forward with it before we lose any more cool people, you know? Yeah. Well, Scooter, that would take a lot of coordinating. I would have to get the subject matter and everybody all at the same time. That's why it's difficult, man. It's like it's hard. It's like herding cats. I'm a mushroom hound. Miss Rob, never met him. Super weird. Yeah. I miss Rob too. I was fortunate enough to meet him a few times, and he, of course, was the keynote speaker at my very, very, very first Flattoberfest in 2019, along with Bob Nodell and Mark Sargent, and that was a legendary day. What a legendary day. And we don't have it properly documented. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had nothing to record it with. It just, everybody just showed up and it happened. And it was like, you know, some of it was kind of captured very poorly. And here's the other reason why I'm feeling like I really need to invest in this camera to start documenting all my events. Because, truth be told, you guys, man, I'm looking at that video that I was given that the people recorded. I'm not going to say names, but the people that they recorded that said they were going to record my event. Oh, it's so horrible. It's so horrible, you guys. It is so bad. It's unusable. It's unwatchable. And when I was looking through it, I just got tears in my eyes. I wanted to cry, dude. I wanted to cry because I was like, holy shit. That event was freaking awesome. And I spent a whole lot of fucking money on that event. More money than most people make in a year I spent on that event. And all the time and the effort, and it was not properly documented. Like, not even close to being documented in any sort of form that could even be consumed or enjoyed even on any level. And it breaks my heart. It really breaks my heart. And, you know, and I can't really blame, you know, the people who did it. Like, I know what it takes to record an event in a proper way, and I should have made sure that it was being done in an acceptable manner. It wasn't. I had a camera there. I could have just put one static camera on the stage and recorded everything from one view with the sound coming straight off the board. And I didn't do it because I thought that the other people were recording with a few different cameras, at least 2 different cameras. So I thought I didn't have to worry about it. And at the end of it, I completely screwed the pooch and have no acceptable footage really to share from that event. Nothing that could be like considered watchable. Like, it's unwatchable. That's what I want, effed up world. So like now I feel very motivated to, you know, get this equipment so that I can, you know, produce the content that I really want to produce. But I also want to be able to always have, you know, high-end equipment with which to document my events with, like a static camera that just records everything, you know, with the sound straight off the board, you know, and I just didn't get that for my Las Vegas event, and it kills me, dude. It kills me. Like, I really was hoping to have some good video from that event, and it's just, all of it just sucks. And I blame myself. I think your P900 is fixable. It should be. There's videos how to convert your P900 to infrared, Nathan. You gotta open it up and open the inside of it out. If you're a techie guy, you probably be able to do it, but you gotta open it up and like take the filter out over the sensor, and then it'll be infrared. You know what? Isn't it funny how, like, if you want to buy an infrared camera, it's like super expensive, but what it is they're removing a part to make it infrared. They're taking the filter off to let all of the light in. It's really weird. Welcome to the truth. Don't be like the History Channel, man. I never got to meet Rob or Fokker in person. I did get to meet and chat with Bob a few times, though. Yeah, I know. Thought there was going to be a live stream from Vegas. I didn't have a way to live stream. And the footage is unwatchable. Completely unwatchable. I mean, I could go through some of it probably. Not even all of the presentations were recorded. I don't know. I thought I had made it clear that I wanted the presentations, like the whole thing, like documented. It didn't happen. I don't know That's probably, I can only blame myself for the breakdown in communication and for it not getting done, because it's my event, it's my responsibility, and I totally dropped the ball on that by not following through and seeing what was going on there. So, whatever. The lens won't open, I dropped it, and the lens is rimmed and stuck. It is a bummer, Brianna Lynn, about the footage. I wanted to freaking cry. I wanted to cry. I was like, there's nothing here. What are you gonna do? For me, Rob and Bob are the best teachers of Flat Earth. Every time I watched them podcast, I was yeah, they were. They were definitely two of my favorite teachers of Flat Earth. And you know, I feel like there's just not enough documenting going on. We're not being vigilant enough about getting our stuff out there in a professional manner. I just feel like we need to step up our game, you know, and I want to be part of doing that. I want to move forward. I want to bring things to the next level. You know, I don't want to sit here forever and argue about what mountains are and, you know, whatever, if the moon is a map, whatever ridiculous things, you know, that come up every now and then. I just don't, you know, like I can't be stuck here doing that forever. It's not satisfying my soul anymore. It's just not feeding that need anymore. Like I just really have a desire to create something else. And this just isn't doing it for me anymore. Even if the recordings didn't work out, I'm beyond grateful you busted your ass to make that amazing event happen. Well, thank you, Brianna, and thank you for coming. I'm so glad that you guys who did show up enjoyed it. But don't be too hard on yourself. Those of us who went have the sweetest memories and will never forget it. I'm glad, Richard. I'm glad. But, you know, as much as I wanted to document that event and share the videos of it, I guess it ends up that what happens in Vegas really does stay in Vegas, whether you want it to or not. Yeah, so anyway, I guess that's where I'm at right now. I'm going through like another sort of metamorphose where I'm gonna probably change up what I'm doing again. But like I said, I just feel like we need to raise the bar, raise the level, you know? And part of the inspiration is from watching like the Fazooks and the movie that they made, that high quality film, you know, that isn't a hit piece. We need more stuff like that. And we need to really humanize the people in this and show that they're not stupid, that they're highly intelligent people. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like I really feel like we need to raise the bar. Well, at least I need to raise the bar for myself, I guess is where I'm at right now. Critical Inception says this year's Flattoberfest was literally life-changing for you. Really? But you've been to a whole bunch, so why was this one more life-changing than another one? Rob and Bob pop up on my TikTok all the time, so they are still spreading truth. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Oh, by the way, I'm almost done editing the memorial video. I am just waiting on a couple of, I'm just waiting on a couple of Thanks Bob videos from a couple of our content creators so that they can be included in the video. Some of our globebusters who are a little bit busy and it's a little hard to get stuff out of them, but I'm waiting patiently for just a couple more, and so the video will be done very soon, and I'll be uploading that and sharing that out and giving that to other people to upload and share, because it's for everybody, you know. It was hard to make. I made myself cry making it. I made some people cry in Las Vegas, but it's good to remember these people. We have a lot of great people that were with us that are no longer here, and we can never forget them and how they had a love for truth and they were here with us fighting the good fight. I met someone, it's quite complicated situation, but the potential there is beyond what I've ever experienced. Oh, okay. Awesome. $11.11. You guys must just be on the other side of the line. Rob Skiba helped me too, John Keeley. Greatly. And Bob. Rob and Bob. Both of them. Immensely. Remember watching Bob's interview on Patricia Steer, Hot Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes, when she was doing that. And that was life-changing, just watching that interview, because I was like, oh, look, here's this man. He is really intelligent, he speaks intelligently, and he seems to know what he's talking about and to be very well educated, and he believes the earth is flat. He doesn't believe the mainstream story, and he's, living his life, a homeowner, and then I met Cammie, or saw Cammie and learned about Cammie, and like how they're, seeing that's why I had such a great admiration for them. It's like seeing that and then humanizing it for me, because back then it was like there was nobody. I didn't have a sea of flat earth friends like I do now. Now it's like, remember that stupid interview where they're like, oh, isn't it lonely being a flat earther? Hell no, lady. It's like the least loneliest you could ever be, because now you have meaningful relationships and conversations with people who know, what's important and what and who know the difference between, what is true and what is not, or at least have a desire to know the difference between truth and lies that we're being told. No, not in the least loneliest. I mean, it can be, because there's no one, in the beginning, because there's nobody directly close to you that you can talk to. But as time goes on and the more people wake up, it is getting less and less lonely out there for us, right? But seeing them and like realizing that they're real people, real, sane, logical, free-thinking people, and not psychopaths or conspiratards or, weirdos in the basement, because it's hard. It's a really hard thing to go through that change with not much guidance or anybody to talk to, and be so alone. I felt very alone for a little bit because I couldn't talk to my family. I mean, now, obviously I can, but in the beginning you can't or couldn't. It's different today, though. So, it's like, I feel like it's exponential. The comments on social media threads are changing now. There's a lot more people criticizing the powers that should not be than there were before. And so I just want to keep that momentum going. I feel like that, that's another thing. It's like, it's keeping that momentum going where we're just going to keep moving forward, just keep going, just keep chipping away at the lies until the truth is fully revealed. Hail, Ben. There are a few nuts. Feather Bear, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You not wrong. They're around. Boy. It was swarm in the beginning, yes. There's still some. But, you know, that such is the nature of the subject, right? Like, all the weirdos. We bring out all the weirdos. And it's almost like both extremes. Like, you bring out like the really super bright, free-thinking, highly intelligent people, and you also bring out like the weirdos and the spazzes. It's like both ends of the spectrum come out. It's really kind of wild when you think about it. Exactly. Jungle juice are less popular. That's right. Everybody's starting to see through it. Flat wives matter. Bob was super kind-hearted to everybody. Unless you were a jerk, and then he would like string you up and like tar and feather you publicly if he could. But super kind-hearted, great person. Conspiratards. Yeah. Having a good sense of humor about it all is helpful, yes. Yeah, man. So, anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm just trying to think of how we can move things up to the next level. Let's kick it up a notch. You know what I'm saying? It's time to kick it up a notch. Hey, Scuba Dracula, long time no see. Who's a coincidence theorist? I'm lonely in real life, but here I have all of you. Thank you, Karen B. Aw, Sue. I can't believe you don't have one flat earth friend over there in California. There's got to be so many. There's got to be someone near you. Oh, people who all us conspiratards are... Well, I call people conspiratards, but like not... Well, I probably should stop doing that, but I can't help it. First define the next level and how you'll know you are there, ma'am. Well, I thought I did. I want to do a professionally produced series about flat earth and flat earthers and the work they're doing, basically, is what it would be about. And also want to do some homeschooling videos too. Cammie and Zach and I have talked about that also, is doing homeschooling videos, which is another reason I invested in and I got these little mics. Because with these, Cammie, we could even do basic stuff. You know, we could do basic stuff because I can do, there's 2 mics, so we could do 2 at a time. 2 people at a time. Dr. Backaswards, I'm near you, Sue. They found a stolen truck and sent me a letter last week. It's a Chevy Silverado. Mine was a Ford F-250. Oh, that's hilarious. Conspiratards are the Mark Sargent is Bigfoot baby people. Let's go, Karen. I'm stuck. Cammy, let's do it. I think all truth will be revealed when one of Elon Musk's rockets finally breaks the sky and everyone can see the throne of God. You think a human invention could break the sky? Do you think that's possible? Because I feel like it's not possible. I feel like it is not possible for humans to do anything to destroy the realm. I mean, we could mess it up, we can dirty it, but I don't know that they can. Everybody's a flat earther. Yeah. I just want to have, well-produced, high-end videos, documentary-style videos in a series that can be, archived and shared, easily shared. And Rick and I are revamping the FE core. I don't know. I got a lot of big things coming up. I got a lot of big things on the horizon. Things that have been going on. Oh, by the way, side note, I'm not sure if you all hear. Not so sure, Karen. It could be what they are hiding. What do you mean? Agree completely with Karen. What did I say that you guys are agreeing with? No way humans can destroy this place. Oh, okay. Not so. Oh, so that's what. Not so sure, Karen. It could be what they are hiding. Everything just transforms into another thing. Nothing says we can't. Says so we can't really do much that truly lasts. Blue ice heals itself. Anybody trying to break the firmament has suicidal tendencies. Yeah. Well, thank you, 7 Minutes to Freedom. I'm sure there's a lot of people who would disagree with you. So yeah. Yeah, nothing truly lasts. I just don't think that we could do it. I could be wrong. I sure hope not, because I sure like the feeling of this place being like impenetrable and made just for us and not able to be destroyed by other stupid humans. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to live somewhere that a bunch of stupid other humans can completely destroy. If we understand how it works, there are choices as to use info for good or evil. That's true, Cammy. But do you think they really know how it works? Do you think they really know? Oh, I have calls. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Hey, I was calling just to make a few comments about last week's show, actually. And something that's been bugging me for a long time about the Tartaria people. And, Tartaria is very interesting, and the old maps are super interesting, but just the way that everyone ran with it, it got to the point of the melted buildings people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I have kind of a unique situation. I'm the youngest of 11 children, and I'm 58. My dad was in World War II, and both of my grandfathers were in World War I. And they were born in the late 1880s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the grandfather on my mom's side, he the day after armistice happened, he was mustard gassed by the Germans, and he survived that, but died a few years later of esophageal cancer. So I never knew him. That was long before I was born. But on my dad's side, he got shot through the leg and came home with a Purple Heart from France. And so I grew up with him. In fact, he ended up living with us like the last 10 years of his life. Anyway, obviously living with him, I had lots of conversations with him, and he never once mentioned his parents talking about any kind of reset. Don't you think that would have come up from his parents?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's ridiculous. When I hear this shit, it's almost infuriating.
Yeah.
To me, because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, his parents, so my great grandparents, they ended up having to give their daughter away, his sister. Her name was Minnie, because they couldn't afford another one. They literally were that bad off. And that wasn't an uncommon thing back then. And they were fortunate because they knew a couple that were able to take her, and so they didn't have to completely lose contact or anything. But the point I'm making is there were orphans or situations like that all over the place. And I lived for years and years in Nepal, and I came home in 2020 from there, and that place is just full of orphans. There's orphanages all over the place because of the culture, for lots of reasons. And so the thing that the Tartaria people go into about the orphan trains and all of that being fake and all their parents got killed, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And so I sent you an email last week with a photo of that face you were making about all of this crap.
Uh-huh.
Did you see the email?
I did, yeah. But the picture wouldn't show up for me. I don't know why.
Oh, really? Oh, too bad. It was hilarious because I make that same face about this crap.
Oh wait, there it is. I see it. Yeah.
I mentioned, but I mentioned that guy Awaranon. In that email. I think that's how you say it. The guy that made the over 5-hour video.
Yeah, Ewar.
And yeah, his stuff was really interesting, but then he goes into just making stuff up about, oh my God, all the cathedrals were power plants and on and on and on, that kind of stuff. Just making up fantasy because of the way things look. It was, but I was very, very impressed with him because he got on with Crow 777 and had a whole interview about how he really regretted doing that. He said, yeah, I totally engaged in fantasy. And that was super impressive to me.
Yeah.
That he was willing to do that.
Yeah. All the people who share his stuff, though, totally ignore that. And then they call him a shill, a flip-flopping shill. And that his videos really are true. That's what they say. They go with it anyway. Even if the guy who makes it denounces it, they're like, no, it's real.
Ridiculous. And then the only other thing was about what you were just saying about Bob and Rob. I never knew anything about Bob, unfortunately, until after he died, and you guys started talking about him a lot. Even though I started looking at Flat Earth in 2014. And by the way, at that time, I was living in Bangkok. And I lived literally one train stop away from where what's-his-face was living. Why can't I think of his name?
Eric Dubay?
Yeah, Eric Dubay. And I was actually really looking at depressing, dark shit at the time. And waking up to the fullness of the awfulness. You know, like the big three, 9/11 and Boston and Sandy Hook, all that. And in fact, I was watching regularly David's stuff, David Weiss, before he was a flat earther.
Oh,
when
yeah?
I started just seeing some of Eric Dubay's stuff pop up in the sidebar in YouTube. And so I would look at Eric Dubay's and a few others just as a form of relaxation because of the dark crap that I was really looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I mean? It was relaxing to me, and it was a way to exercise my brain to, even understand the globe model. And then I literally watched David Weiss turn into a flat earther.
That's so awesome.
Right
I wish I could have. I wish I could have watched that because he was already a flat earther when I found him.
Yeah, it was cool to see. And then, like 2 years later, probably, I literally watched Rob Skiba, who I was already a fan of because he helped me so much biblically. I literally watched him become a flat earther too.
Yeah, I watched Rob Skiba become a
cool.
flat earther too. I actually found when I woke up to it, that was the same time that Rob Skiba was going through his discovery phase. Like his videos, he wasn't saying he was a flat earther yet. And then like as I watched him start using the term globetards, and I was like, oh dude, he's totally a flat earther because now he's using the term globetard.
Yeah, I miss Rob so terribly. But
Yeah.
Anyway, how can I find that interview that you were talking about just now with Bob? Because I'd kind of like to be introduced to Bob in that way.
Oh, the one from Flat Earth and Hot Potatoes? I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's around anymore because when Patricia was harassed tremendously, like violently. Like I can't even, when I think about all the shit that was done to her, like I don't even get it. But to the point where she deleted her whole channel and left, and that was where it was, and I didn't have a copy of it, and I don't know if Bob ever downloaded a copy of it or if they have it somewhere on their hard drives or something. Cammy, maybe you can ask Jaren, but I have not even seen that interview even since she deleted her channel and took it down from all the harassment.
Okay.
But there's other good interviews with Bob. I'm gonna release that in that memorial video that I'm gonna release. There's 2 interviews with Bob in there. They're shorter. It's not as good as that one. And then I know that there's also another interview. I'm not sure if it's been fully released yet. That Shelley Lewis recorded. Cammy, maybe you know if Shelley from Flat Smack Films actually ever released all of Bob's interview. Because like when we were all the same time, she hasn't even released the interview she did with me yet, and like I don't even know what's going on with that video. But it was taken all at the same time. They interviewed Rob Skiba, Bob, all of us at I think it was the Denver conference, and it just, some of those interviews, I don't even think have seen the light of day yet. So I don't know what's going on there. But there is some stuff around that possibly isn't even released yet. But maybe,
Okay.
I don't know, maybe if Patricia, so she's been showing up in chat lately. Maybe Patricia, if you happen to download your channel and back it up before you deleted it, maybe do you have that interview of Bob? That would be really cool to see again. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all I've got.
All right.
Love your show.
All right. Thank you for calling.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yeah, man. That interview that Patricia did with Bob was pivotal for me. I have to say. It really was. Because I was like, okay, there's real people who have brains who are looking at this seriously. So this is like whatever I've been spending my time on, the stuff that I'm looking at that is making me feel like an insane person is also being looked at by other people who with better working brains than mine. So I have to say, you know, if that interview does exist, it would be great to have it, to bring it out again in memory of Bod. That's gone. No one has Patricia's stuff backed up from what I've seen. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, well, maybe Patricia has it, but I don't know. But it would be wonderful if we could find it again and see it. Just saying. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen B. Tony Coriolis.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, doing good. Just had a little couple small things I wanted to say. I wanted to check you on one thing that I heard from a guy that I heard you don't, I don't know, you ain't a big fan of him, but that Narco Longo guy.
Oh, yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, he said that, like, when it's a full moon, you should be feasting, and then when it's a new moon, you should be fasting. What do you think on that off the bat? I kind of like it.
I don't know. I never thought about that. Anytime I did any fasting, I actually paid no attention to what the sky clock was doing. I just thought, hey, you know what? I feel like I need to fast, and so then I would do it.
Yeah, and me, I'm the type of guy that I don't really ever fast, but now that I heard that, I may start it up, but I'm going to be kind of trying to go off the moon. So, yeah, Thanksgiving just happened, eating all the leftovers, I'm feasting, then 2 weeks out, you know, I'll maybe give a fast to go. We'll see.
Yeah, if you've never fasted, though, I do recommend it. I've always feel really great whenever I do it. I'm probably due for another fast, actually. It's been a while since I've done one. The longest one I did was a little over 3 days. But, like, whenever I did it, I just had incredible boost in energy, felt amazing. I always feel amazing, especially, like, right after. It really is a good way to, like, let your body detox and heal, and you'll feel good. Definitely try it.
Totally. So in regard to fasting, I mean, do you still, like, say if I go to fast, I mean, do I not drink coffee in the morning too? Would that...
You can drink black coffee.
Does that throw it off? Or?
You can drink black coffee and water.
Okay.
But and maybe green tea.
Gotcha.
But you can't put anything in it, like don't put honey or sugar or cream, because all of those things contain calories and that will break the fast. So
you even just do like uncaffeinated teas sometimes. You think those are good?
I think so. But
okay.
You just don't want to add anything to it. No sugar or cream or anything like that. Just keep it straight.
Yeah, roger that. You hear from me a bunch, so I'll, update on that, see if I end up actually fasting. And then I did hear, I this past weekend I went up out of town, and I was just watching a whole bunch of movies and stuff. And then how you were talking about how diamonds are made, Mm-hmm. So I happened to be watching, and everyone don't judge me on this, but I was watching the second Charlie's Angels, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then in that movie, there's a, quote where it's like Demi Moore says something like, diamonds can't be made. They have to be found, And that's total propaganda. You know, we just covered that they can be made. So Charlie's Angels, you got it wrong.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how old is that movie now though? Maybe they didn't really have common synthetic diamonds yet. I mean, it is kind of like within the last like since the 90s that they've been doing it, so I don't know. Maybe before, but not very much.
Yeah, there's like a scene where Drew Barrymore goes to like a bar, and then the ghost of an old angel comes and tells her that. Which, I mean, I don't know. I was just thinking about, you know, what our subjects have been here. And then, yeah, I just wanted to touch on that whole full moon feasting and new moon fasting thing. And then there's a couple other things that I wanted to say about like the whole, like, could Ophiuchus be the 13th sign? I'm totally on board with you. I just wish that more people would cover that type of thing, because if it really is a question, I mean, Dave has the 12 on the zodiac. Is there anyone campaigning that, you know, should be going off to 13? And I don't think so. I really think it is 12. But that's just more that I heard from that Dr. Narco Longo guy. So, yeah, I just really love that subject. I'm glad people are talking about it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I had not thought about it like that. But it actually kind of makes sense, especially if you look at the temperature dip when the full moon comes around. It's colder, so you would be needing more energy, possibly. And when it leaves, it would warm up, and then you wouldn't need as much energy. I mean, that's just thinking about it that way. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, and how you said, even the start to this, you said how it is a little colder now with the full moon for you personally. Around here, Arizona, it's all cloudy today, and I didn't really notice it much colder. And I go outside like 5 a.m. every day. So just me personally, I didn't notice anything. It might be that the clouds threw it off. But yeah, that's just me.
Yeah. Plus, it's just in climates where it's pretty moderate, you probably won't notice it as much anyway.
Yeah. And just one shout out. I had to pick up a mask today in my park. So Sue Finelli, I thought of you and I picked up that mask. But yeah, that's the only shout out I got.
All right. Thanks, Tony.
All right. Peace out, Karen B. Later.
Non-pasteurizing. She said you can't eat honey. And I'm out. Well, only during fasting times. All our stuff was on TrueTube. Is there a link, Scooter? Do you have a link? Is that site still up? The Pooh Bear fast. Lost a lot of credibility for a minute. Yeah, he did. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B. All right, Anonymous doesn't want to talk. You're just listening. Got it. Anybody use chlorine dioxide for a parasite cleanse? I can't even say that I've officially done a parasite cleanse. I'd like to, though. Just to do it. Just to say I did it. Just to see if anything comes out. It's probably not a bad idea. Has anybody in here done a parasite cleanse? I'm trying to see TrueTube. What was the link for that website? No. I'm afraid to. Borax several times. I've heard borax is supposed to get rid of the nanotech. So borax might be good for anybody who's had to take the jungle juice, as it were. Ivermectin. That's not really a parasite cleanse, though, is it? You know what I need to do is I need to schedule a chat with Amanda Vollmer. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, this is Dennis. How's it going?
Hey, Dennis, what's up?
Hey, just two things. I got appointments to take my wife to before I go to work this afternoon. I just wanted to say, you were talking about a couple minutes ago, you were talking about a video that we're in, if I'm not mistaken, Patricia Steer interviewed Bob Nodell.
Yes.
I just say, yeah, I remember that because I think just in generally, I think Patricia Steer's main gig was doing these videos of all the key personalities in the Flat Earth movement, which made people familiar with them and helped very much in the rise of the Flat Earth movement, which kind of after she left the scene, that was encapsulated in writing somewhat by Noel Hadley in his book Unexpected Cosmology, which did the same thing in book form, although she may have covered a lot more people than he did. But anyway, yeah,
I was in that book.
Specifically, I didn't. Oh, okay, yeah, awesome. I didn't. Yeah, several people. She had an interview with you also.
Yes. And I never downloaded it and saved it, and I wish I did, but I don't have it either.
Mark Sargent wouldn't have it, would he?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
So you'd have to go to her, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I
haven't even seen none of those videos. I haven't seen any of those videos resurface. Like, it's weird. Like, it's like nobody saved their videos from her channel, and then she deleted it, and they're just gone. I don't know.
I hope she didn't delete it for herself. I hope she did not delete them for herself. I do remember when they went down that Mark Sargent said, I think a lot of people probably remember this, that she took down everything and he helped her do it. That's why I guess he might, but perhaps he did not save a copy for himself, but I hope they did it in a way that a copy was at least saved for her, so that it's not deleted totally, which would be, pointless. I don't see that as having anything to do with these idiots that are harassing her. But I did see that. I saw the one where she interviewed you, and also the one where she interviewed Bob Nodell.
Mm-hmm. She did great interviews.
Talking about how he met there. Yes.
I thought she did a really good job.
Oh, yeah. She's outstanding. I did want to mention one other subject. I don't have a lot of time to go into it in depth. Even I wouldn't be prepared because I'm not read up on it yet. It has to do with, you're probably thinking, oh, that again, shut up and go away, Dennis. But Corey Kell and his book, I'm talking about the different norths, like magnetic north, true north, or grid north and what have you. But anyway, I just I own his. I posted the link just a few minutes ago, or reposted it to his website, Flat Earth Intel, and or .com/information, which has the it's a description of how to do a nine-step process for measuring the distance of the sun. But anyway, it's this lengthy, detailed thing, and it's interesting. It's got stuff. But towards the end of it is an appendix. It's online. He's got a book that came out, by the way. I don't recall the title, but it's available on Amazon and Ex Libris, which is the publisher. But it came out in October, just like a few days before Flattoberfest. But anyway, it's got an appendix, which he calls the Three Wise Men or the Three Norse. And it's got too much stuff and detail, all of it interesting. But I think just to to simplify things, one key point, I need to read this more, because I haven't had time to read all of it, let alone digest all of it. But he seems to be saying what he's saying, which makes sense to me so far, but I haven't, like I haven't had time to say this, digest it, or say this authoritatively. But anyway, Corey seems to be saying that magnetic north is the true north, and that the grid north on the maps and atlases is outright false and BS. And it's a discrepancy made because of the globe model. He says go with the compass and the magnetic north all the way. That's what I get from what he wrote, and that the calculations all match up, and that I would just I guess a lot could be said about that, but I have I don't want to say I've got a very active day to do with other things, but I did order his book. I don't know, it seemed a bit it was like $40 or so, but it should be arriving today. So I don't know if that's got more than what's on the website or not, but yeah, it seems, just one thought I might add, is if people have missed all these, how do you say, I think as far as Mount Meru, or cosmic mountain in the north that the sun, moon, and stars revolve around or orbit daily, just the north itself on the 19th century flat earth map, the square world of Orlando Ferguson, that's elevated already, the whole north. And I think Robotham mentioned something to that effect in Earth Not a Globe, which you're scheduled to receive soon. The copy I sent you, I'll double check on that on Amazon as far as the tracking goes. But also Cosmos Indicoplestis, way back in the 6th century. Of course, he talked about the mountain, like most all of that. That's a standard feature of all those ancient flat Earth cosmographies, as they, from wherever, not just Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain, but early Christian and otherwise. This is that mountain in the north. Well, just one thing, I noticed one. There's a writer, René Guénon, who early 20th century, he wrote a book. He's a Frenchman who converted to Islam and lived the rest of his life in Egypt. But anyway, he wrote a book. I forgot the publishing date, maybe sometime in the 50s, but I think it's called The King of the World. It's a slim book, and it was available on Amazon. It's reprinted by, or it's published or kept in print by Sophia Perennis. Anyway, it has a lot of cosmographical stuff in his book, The King of the World, and it talks about, in one section of it, it gives the name and some cursory information about the name of the mountain in different traditions. Like in Islam, it's only the Sufis who talk about it, and I think he gives details about it in their tradition. But in different ones in Iranian and what have you. But I remember in ancient Christian literature, original stuff in the West in Latin, I just remember he wouldn't have mentioned it otherwise. It garnered his interest, but the stuff about the search for the Grail and that literature, I think some of those early Celtic or English books had information about the northern cosmic mountain and that. Anyway, that's I just remember that was a key. That was a particularly informative source about that was the King of the World by Rene Guénon. But anyway, I think that's all I got for today because I got busy. But I'll double check on the Earth Not a Globe by Robotham that I ordered for you because I think it was originally expected today, but I've been so busy I didn't check up on it yet.
Okay. Well,
that's all I got.
all right. Awesome, Dennis. Thanks for calling.
All right. We'll see you.
All right. Later. Yeah, really interesting about what's going on there in the center. And it is, for me, I can't quite get on board with those 2 points being the same. There's got to be there's something going on because I made a video. It's on my channel. It's called How to Manually Measure Your Magnetic Declination. Magnetic declination is defined as the difference between where the compass points and the true geographic center. And it changes depending on your location. And people do have to use it to account for it when navigating on land, on sea, in the north, where allegedly distortion is much less than in the southern hemisphere or south of the equator. So, there could be something to that. He's the second person to say that, well, not really to say that, well, that one guy, that Taboo Conspiracy put his thing on where he says magnetic declination isn't real, but it is real because there's something we can measure. I can measure a difference between where the compass points and the point around which the sun goes, because it's not the same. So what am I measuring then? You know what I'm saying? What's the difference? Why is there a discrepancy? So it's like if the magnetic pole is truly in the geographic center, then where it points and the point that the sun goes around should be the same. And you should not be able to measure any degree of difference like I can show that you can measure in that video measuring your magnetic declination. So there's something going on there. Like, I don't claim to know what it is, but there is something going on there, because even in the old North Pole maps, like we were discussing in the Telegram group, they do have two poles. Actually, one here. Polus magnetis reflectu. Okay, so look at it. It says it in this weird Latin language, but I'll zoom in. Polus magnetis, magnetic pole, right? Respectu insularu capitis viridis. Magnetic pole with respect to the Green Islands or to the Greenland. So I don't know if that's supposed to be the one that's near Greenland, right? But Greenland would be over here. It's like opposite of Greenland, right? So it's hard to figure out. And then here, actually, that's the center. Here's the other pole. Polus magnetis respectu Coriu insulae. So Dennis, where I was saying that the one magnetic pole is in the center, I was wrong. It doesn't put the magnetic pole in the center. This is just showing high black cliffs. This is the geocentric center, the geographic center. Rupus negra et altissima. What this translates to in Latin is the high black cliffs. So in the pole, in the North Pole map that was made by Mercator, there is a geocentric center with a mountain at the center, and then the magnetic poles are not in the center. They're off. They're over here. However, as I've discussed in other shows, and I'll bring it up again since we're on the subject, the 3 poles in the center. Let me see if I can find it. World declination. No. Well, actually, let me just pull it up in the group because I was able to put it in here. I'll show it with my media files here. Here, this one, okay? So, we have the geographic North Pole. This is what they tell us, right? The geomagnetic pole, the North geomagnetic pole, this is the pole that the compasses allegedly point to, and this pole moves. Then there's the North magnetic pole, which is also a magnetic pole. So, and this matches this magnetic signature, which is a quadrupole, which would require 2 magnetic fields arranged in such a way to create a quadrupole. Or, as Cami has shown, the quadrupole is created by the 2 poles on the outside. We think that there's a pole left out off the map here, and that what they do when they wrap this around the ball is they overlap this pole and tell you that there's 2 and 1 in the center. But in actuality, there's 2 sources creating the field of Earth, 1 on either side, and the pole in the center is a result of that particular array. It could be either way. I don't know. Maybe, maybe that could be part of the inversion. Maybe the magnetic sources are on the outside of the circle and not the inside where they tell you this map is, and that is the inversion. You know what I'm saying? It's very complicated, man. This is a huge, crazy puzzle we're all trying to figure out. And sometimes the more you look into it, the more questions you have than answers. So here are the 3 points. 2 magnetic poles over here, and then the geocentric center. And then back to here. So, and then when you look up, let's see, how the poles travel. Let's see if I can pull it up here. There's one map that shows like the path of it over history. Here's a good one. Magnetic pole shift. So you'll see here that, you know, and it has dates of where they measured the magnetic center or this pole at, right? I mean, it's all over the place, and it doesn't even really make any sense. So this could be a clue that maybe the source of the field isn't here. It's the outside poles, and the outside poles kind of whatever is creating them, the movement of them fluctuates the formation in the center somehow in some weird, you know, indiscernible pattern as of yet that I can see. Here's another one. So it's like was further from the south, and it's been moving closer and closer to the center over the years. This one. Racing away from Canada towards Siberia. The green line traces the pole surprising and accelerating motion in recent decades. See how it moved very little over the years, and then all of a sudden it was making bigger movements. Look at this, between 2000 and 2010 is huge movement, right? So it is fascinating to think about. And then the geomagnetic pole, this one, This one moves, but not as much. So, what is it? What is the source of the field? Is there something moving in the center, or is it the outside poles creating it? It's kind of a trip to think about. So, yeah, crazy movement on the poles. They don't seem to make sense. Shout out to you, Mrs. Tribune. It's after 1, time warp. What? Karen B. True, on nautical charts, magnetic variation shifts each year, and you need to calculate the magnetic north for your compass headings, which varies depending on your location. Didn't explain that very well. Yeah, but exactly. See, and then you know, and then they even tell you in the chart, right? So like if you're using an old map, it'll say, you know, location in this position changes by X amount of degrees so many years. So then, even if you have an older chart, you have to even recalculate on top of the declination that it gives you for if you so many years beyond that, the publication of that chart. It's constantly changing. So to me, if it's constantly changing and it's constantly being updated and it is used for travel for where you have people's lives on the line, like in air travel, and commerce where they've got millions and millions of dollars on the line, like with shipping, and they have to use this to navigate, or if they don't go to the right place, possibly run out of fuel, crash, you know, all kinds of horrible things that can happen as a result of not navigating yourself correctly over long distances. That it, to me, like it can't not be real, because it'd be like, you know, in World War I when they were trying to account for Earth curvature in their firing tables and they were missing all the time, and so then they changed everything and decided to assume a flat non-rotating Earth for everything, because when they tried to account for curvature, it didn't work because it wasn't there, because it wasn't real. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like this is like the other way around from that. Like, people are using this, and if they didn't use it, things would go wrong, horribly wrong. And I don't know how you would fake that. How could you ever fake that? You know? So anyway, I find it difficult to believe that would be true. I use a compass a lot when I hunt finding north. My compass does not work unless it's flat. Exactly. You should use the Urbano Monte map. I have that map too. Let's look at it. It's a huge file too. Huge. Let's look at what the Urbano Monte says about the center. Okay. No mountain. The islands have a different shape. Here we go, polo. Here's a magnetic pole. Right here. Polo di Magneti Insulati di Verde. So this is the one that's to the green islands, with respect to the green island. So then there should be another pole. Where's the other pole? If he's got it on here. I don't see it. don't see it. I mean, this one's not quite as easy to read. It's got a lot of stuff on it, but I'm not seeing anything that says pole other than that one spot right here, polo. Polo di Magneti. No. Yeah, I don't see where the second pole is here. Parallelo. This is hard to read, but I don't see it. There's only one pole marked on this map, which is interesting, huh? I guess this one would be before Mercator, right? What year is this one supposedly from? Is there a year on here? Does it say? 1587. Is that right? 1587. So Mercator would have been about 100 years after this. Well, less than 100. Like 80, 70 or 80 years after this. So this would have been, this one's older and possibly not as accurate. Because I'm only seeing this one pole here. The other one should be around here somewhere, but it's not. At least not, it's not marked. Talks about the pygmies that live on the island. Huh. I don't know. I wonder if this one is supposed to be it on the other side, which would be really weird that it'd be completely so far away. So historically, for 1587, if we are to believe this, Hmm. 1600 here, so it'd be more up here, and the pole would be further away, going all the way down here, the 1800s, and then going back up towards the north again. Interesting. Karen B, exactly. What did I say that you're saying exactly to? Probably the stuff about the pole. Okay. Could be wrong. The 700 long ago. I had to know that. I was taught the magnetic rotates around the true North Pole every 700 years. Could be wrong on the 700. It was long ago. Well, I mean, let me see. Let me go back to that. This is 400-ish years. I don't know. Could be. I don't know. How far back did that other one go? 200 AD. So, sorry, let me see if we could trace it around. If it goes this way, did it? This is not. Is this connected or not? Is it going like this way and then back? And then around this way, and then down here, and over here, and way over here. So that's 200 AD, this is 500 AD. Or maybe it goes like this. I can't tell. 750 AD. So there's 200 to 750, so that's 550 years. Come back around. 1,000. That's 800. Well, maybe. Maybe. Maybe it is. Some of these maps are now on the True Earth Wiki site. Okay, cool. I have this giant one. This file I have of this Urbano Monte map is like 150 megs. Like, it's huge. I forget where I got it, but it is huge. It's great though because you can zoom way in on it and like read the text, actually read the text. And see, look at the little trees that he drew. Oh, aren't they cute? I like the old maps. Look at the little teepees, the little tents. Probably tents, not teepees. Little dogs. Little castle. There's a castle here, castle there. Castle, castle. Like, it's cute. Look at the little serpent. Here, look at the little devil man. They're cute. Look at the little demons all over the map. New maps just don't have the same character that these old maps do. You know what I'm saying? They're a lot of fun. The magnetic pole only on the North Pole? Well, no, because there's magnetic anomalies in the south, but we all have used the compass and navigate based on the center. They say behind Antarctica is... What? I lost it. Oh, chat jumped. Is Gog and Magog? Hagog and Magog? Possibly. Do you think it's a coincidence the company BlackRock named itself after the rock in the North Pole? No. Why would you believe those squiggles all over? I'd maybe believe it moves in a circle. Hard to believe the erratic movement of 200 AD. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know. This is a good point. Like, I will not sit here and tell you that this is 100% accurate. I have no way to verify this, you know, and I don't know how anybody could verify it, or where they're even getting these records from. I'm just saying, if we believe this, you know, but I don't know. But, however, in modern times, with modern equipment and multiple, you know, people verifying this and using it in navigation, it is a known fact that the magnetic pole moves. They have to change the degree of declination on airports every so often and keep it updated for planes that come in and land and take off, because if not, you can have serious accidents where people die, you know? So we know that it does move, like it's observable, and then people have to account for it when they're independently navigating, right? So I don't know. But there's something to it. There's something to it. You know, and some of this stuff, it's like, how do you ever, you know, you kind of just have to go with what you got. That's the difficult part of what we're doing, right? Sometimes we're just sort of at the mercy of the information that we've got. Tartaria. Tartaria might be on this map. Let me see. Africa would be over here. So let's see. Tars. Or was Tartaria not a thing yet? Monte Balana, na, na, na. And here's Delhi, right? So India was known, and Delhi is there. But it's not called New Delhi, it's just called Delhi. Look at that. It's not New Delhi, it's just Delhi. Why is that? Or is there Delhi? Interesting. I don't see Tartaria on here yet. Look, the little elephant. Cambodia, Regno de Camboya. This is all like in Italian, I think. Like old Italian. China. Yeah, they don't, there's nothing here called Tartaria yet. So what about that, Tartaria people? Why isn't Tartaria on the 1587 map? I wonder if they have Tartar City. China has a Tartar City. Did you guys know that? Tartar. I don't see it. Alright, well, no Tartaria on this map. Tartar all over that map. Where? North America? Let me see. Quivira Provincia, Sierra Nevada, Agama, Ancoras. Oh boy. Puerto del Fuego, Capo de Cruz. Ooh, that's Santa Cruz. Yeah, this map is way crazy. Look at this. What is this? Because look at this. This is way crazy. So here's Mexico, and this is supposed to be Baja California, and this would be Alaska up here. What is this? What is this? There's like a whole island. Isola? Giapone Isola? That's interesting. Like, what is this supposed to be? Huh. Anyway. So here, look, it says California. California. I don't see any Tartaria. Quivira. Topira Province. Zubicon, Deserto. Appalachian. Oh, look at Alpachin. Appalachian, they were calling it, that's where Appalachia came from. Lago Faga. These are the Great Lakes. Look how funky the Great Lakes are placed. Yeah, they had stuff all funky. Francia. Francia. Canada Province. Francia. Yeah, I don't see anything on here that says Tartaria. I'm just saying. Tartaria is where Russia would be. That's what I'm saying. Tartaria is supposed to be the area between Russia and China. Delhi was melted with brick fires and became New Delhi. Amazon. Ted's not back yet. Ted went to go to his first day at his new job, y'all. If we had NASA money, we could figure this out. Right, John? Right, John? If we had NASA money, we could figure this shit out. Oh, thank you, Arlette, for the tip. They tried that with Operation Fishbowl? Yes. To destroy the firmament? I don't think they can. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything that says Tartaria on here. I see lots of Terra, but not Tartaria. I do have old maps that do have Tartaria on it, though, but this one does not appear to have it. But you know, look at this. Is this Australia? Which one of these is supposed to be Australia? Brasilia? Okay, that's weird, because Brazil's over here. This map is insane. This one says Patalia? Patalia? Terra Patalia? I think this one's supposed to be Australia. Anyway, very interesting, fascinating map. Maybe time for me to wrap it up. I've been here for quite some time. Yeah, Ted's moving up in the world. He's stepping it up a notch, too. I would believe it was scrubbed before I'd even consider Mandela effect. Or maybe you saw it on a different map, because there are other old maps that do have Tartaria on it, just not this one. There's probably even maps from this time frame that have Tartaria. Let me see real quick. Here, I'll just bring this window over here. We'll look through it. See, this is my collection. I was trying to find all maps that had islands on the center. Some of these have Tartaria. See, here's another map that looks like Urbano Monte. This is not as detailed. Maybe this one has Tartaria on it, where the other one did not. Oh, I can't even read that writing. But this is like a less detailed version, different version. Possibly. Russian Empire, Chinese Tartary. Look, Chinese Tartary. So here it's like starting to show up. I don't know. I don't know what year this map is. That one had it. Sort of. China, Asia. Tartaria. Here we go. Over here, Tartaria. See? And this is actually on the Russian side. It says Tartaria. Not on the Asian side, where that other one, it had Tartaria more. In China, it said Chinese Tartary. And I know in China there's a Tartar city. So this has Tartaria right here. Like, it is on some maps, you know. Can't deny it. Let's see. Maps. Old maps, star maps, maps. Are these the same? Yeah. Some of these are too small. I'm not going to be able to read. Unknown. Arctic region. Unknown. Yeah, see here it's got Chinese Tartary over here, but then here it just says Russia. Great Kingdom of Russia. So I think that's it. Well, 4-hour show. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna wrap it up. The mud flood buries a lot of islands. I don't believe that nonsense. If it's gone, it's been scrubbed like the NASA site. Well, I think it just... These old maps are very inconsistent. I mean, let's be real. They didn't have GPS and planes that could fly over and like take radar pictures, right? Like now the way they map things, I'm pretty sure they know what's going on and where stuff is. But back then it was, you know, you have to think about they were going off of like probably ephemerides and star placement over certain areas. Stuff like that. You know, I don't know how they were putting together maps before, but it was obviously not as accurate as it is now. And they were always changing stuff. Probably always trying to update their maps because, I mean, think about it, how hard it would be to map the entire Earth back then. But they did not too terrible. I mean, it's kind of recognizable. I don't know. So there was groups of Tartar on the map showing how they dressed in tents they had, not remembering a different map. Oh. Well, I don't know. I don't recall ever seeing that on here. I'll be honest with you. I can't really say for sure either way. Yeah, I don't know. Look, Alicorno. Alicorno. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, but you know what, Sergey? If you figure it out, I don't know if you're on Twitter, on Telegram or not. Post it in the group. Post it in the Flat Earth Rebellion group. Let's check it out. I don't recall seeing that on this map. I'm out. Many thanks. All right, later, Nathan. Tartar sauce with some extra dill and tarragon in it. Mmm. Apparently 144 people live on Ellesmere Island, which is only 508 miles from the North Pole. We should all go hang out with them sometime and head north in a big boat. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and coastlines change from hurricanes and you know, and volcanic eruptions and blah blah blah, and you know, things change. But anyway, I don't know. It's cool to look at. I love looking at maps. You can ask Ted. I've been looking at maps a lot here lately. Well, you know, here's the other thing too, though. Don't feel bad because we do look at a lot of information, and I look at way more information in much shorter amounts of times than I ever used to. And a lot of times I don't remember things correctly, even though like I was sure I remembered something. I don't remember everything correctly. And so, you know, I've learned to just try to learn how to reference stuff and go back and check, because I a lot of times, you know, if time passes, I will misremember things. It does happen when you're overloading your brain with too much information. Like, that's a completely understandable thing. So anyway, I think that's just all it is. All right, you guys. Well, I'm going to wrap it up. I've been here for a long time. I can't believe it's already 1:30. Thank you all for being here with me for Coffee Talk. I hope you all enjoyed the talk. I hope maybe you learned something. Maybe you have something to think about for the rest of the week. And maybe you'll call me next Monday with more questions and more things to explore. I love it. So anyway, yeah, I will see you all back here tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern for Strange World with Mark Sargent. And I believe possibly we'll take up Glowbusters Tech again Thursday, not sure. And I know I didn't do an anti-religious scripture study this past weekend because Jack said that he was unable to do it, so we did not do one. But we should be back this weekend. Not 100% sure. I'll try to post if I am or not. Anyway, as I said, I do appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the call-ins. Thank you for the tips and the support and everything. And you guys are the best. Anywhere says, what do you think about a video showing a pilot found a barrel roll and pouring water into a cup afterwards? Something seems strange, not sure what. Yeah, that always trips me out. How does that work? What is the physics behind that? All right. Yeah. Yes, this Thursday. Okay, fantastic. Fantastique. All right, you guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful week. And, I guess that's it. Also, I did update the link to the merch store in my Coffee Talk show notes. So if you're looking for the merch link, it's in there. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one. And for those who wish to send me stuff through snail mail, you can send it to P.O. Box 10, Earl, North Carolina, 28038. There are also links below for Flat Earth merch, and you can send me donations. And I do appreciate all the support. Sincerely, thank you very much. Also, please go to flatearthfestivals.com for all information about upcoming Flattoberfests and Flat Earth-friendly local meetups. If you are organizing a local Flat Earth meetup, email me at flatearthfestivals@protonmail.com with your meetup information to have it listed on the website for free. For everything else, you can email me at karenbfe@protonmail.com. Thank you for being here.